We're in the building with my co-host. The co-host with the most.
Yo.
You know what I mean?
Hey, yo.
What you telling me, broski?
There. What's shaking, my bro?
He said you're shaking.
I said, what's shaking, my bro?
Oh, I thought you said you were shaking about G's. They got you shook at the start of the pod already, fam. Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just here, man. Here with you, ready to get this episode off the ground. You know what I mean? How are you, broski?
I am great, fam. In a state of reflection, as it were. It's good.
Okay. We like to hear that. You know what I mean? Well, peoples, them, you know what it is. You know what I mean? Oh shit. You know what? You're right. I was even gonna think in it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I'm good. Like, been not necessarily reconnecting, but like connecting with my peoples, them. You know what I mean? Again, recently, a little bit, which is good. You know what I mean? Like, my cousin just left not too long ago. You know what I mean? I ain't seen him in like a minute. Obviously, the other week I went to the Old Doc show. You know what I mean? Saw him, saw people there. Just like, you know, just couple little like just like links and stuff you're making. It's like, oh shit, man. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? So like, no, I'm good, man. In the process of again really buckling down to start to release shit again, you know what I mean? Like really buckling down to get the shit, man. So yeah, so good, man. So good, you know what I mean? Again, we in the building, obviously. Do you get what I mean? Episode 92, you know what I mean? The OnlyMans podcast and that, yeah. So big up to all the people them that tune in each and every week, you know what I mean? There's no introductions needed. We the genius, but I will introduce my G anyway. You know where it is already. You know what I mean? The Rose Garden head honcho. I'm Capricorn born, but my nigga a Taurus, so you know he been on his bullshit. My guy, head honcho of the secret. Well, not the secret. The Rose Garden. Give it up for Secret Life of Will in the building. You know what I mean?
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Glad to be here.
Yeah, man.
Kick some balls in the slime, fam.
Yeah, of course, broski. You know what it is. And of course, there's myself, you know what I mean? Drizz, Drizzy Francis, YM, Young Messiah, Law Smoke, Law Poseidon, LS7, Steph, whatever you want to call him. Yeah.
Same.
And again, as I said, I think like 2 or 3 times before, this is episode 92 of the OnlyMans podcast. I think it's all the people that tune in each every week. You know what I'm going to say at the start of the shit already. If you listen on the Stereo app, man, follow Will, follow myself, hit the thing at the top, subscribe to the YouTube page. If you're listening on YouTube, you're already there, man. Just hit subscribe, you know what I mean? We see the subscriptions going up slowly but surely. The last episode got a nice couple plays on there, you know what I mean? We appreciate y'all. So yeah, man, keep fucking with us and that. Keep vibing with the guys then. And yeah, man, my guy, where would you like to begin?
Hold on, I'm trying to find the thing.
Do you want the whole music, bro?
That's the one. This is hold music for real, fam. Hold on a second.
The OnlyMans podcast will be back with you shortly.
Oh no, why is it doing all that?
See, it's always when you need some shit to work in it. It's always when you need something to work. It's when you start being booky in it. I bet Will run this up. The last couple, like, bare times before, it worked perfectly, bro. The one time, you know what I mean?
We're popping.
Alright, go on then. Okay. Can we get a bit more volume on that?
Hold on. I don't know if that's...
Yeah. No, we can hear that much better. Yeah. It's the OnlyMans podcast. It's the OnlyMans podcast. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Don't know what I just did.
Oh, you made that for the pod, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck with that, bro. And you know what? I completely forgot to do. I just remembered it because I'm in this conversation now. I completely forgot to the thing. You remember that voice note from the last one? The guy had left with the fucking thing on it. Like I was supposed to chop it. I completely forgot. So we'll try and get that done for next week. You know what I mean? Bring the shit in like that. Yeah, but I like that, bro. I like that, fam. That's some good old music and shit. You know what I mean?
There's a couple of the contenders, but I just thought, this one might be bad stuff.
Just some a bit groovy and shit in it. Like, but I like that. It's got a grown folk feel to it. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? That old school feeling, fam.
Yeah, legit. Oh man, but yeah, broski, where would you like to start on this week's episode, fam?
Man, I'd like to start by saying again, the language is a trap, fam. It's a mad thing, fam.
You're going right into it, yeah. Yo. Yeah. Minute one, go, fam.
Yeah.
Now, go, fam.
Peep this here. In the old languages, especially, let's say, like the hieroglyphs and them kind of things there, like where they do the pictographs and type shit. It's like you could read it in multiple directions, right? So you could read it from, let's say, if you read it from right to left, you get like the spiritual meaning or aspect of it. If you read it from left to right, you get like the logical meaning of it. You read it like up to down, you get like the ascended meaning. And you read it from down to up, you get like the physical meaning. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, so the same shit, but like depending on how you read it, you get like different insights. If that makes sense.
Right, so it's kind of like a spectrogram in a sense where it has different meaning depending on like almost the perspective it's read from. Right.
So imagine. So we just stuck obviously on the right to left, but then because it's flipped, it's not like the spiritual thing, it's the logical thing. Yeah, we're just stuck in that because naturally we would try and find out the right to left. Do you know what I mean? Be curious about the right to left naturally.
Yeah. And it's like the Arabs reading right to left, innit? Like Arabic and stuff like that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And those like languages that's older than us now. So it's like, it's all like locking you into a certain direction of thought, if that makes sense.
Right. It almost
and
like...
Then that creates the whole like matrix, do you know what I mean? But there's like bare booby traps inside, do you know what I mean? Like, the whole like weekdays, because weekdays, you know what I'm saying? Like 7 days of the week, and we call them the weekdays, because, you know what I'm saying? Keep man in the weekdays, fam.
Yeah.
Little booby traps, you know what I mean? Good morning. What's good about morning, fam?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're little booby traps like, and shit, fam. Yeah.
Just so second nature for people to say in it, but like...
That's normal shit, fam. Hello.
Yeah.
Why trying to send man to hell for, fam? You know what I mean?
Yeah, legit.
It's a mad thing, fam. And then you start to think like, look at like how these men could like do all these things and like look at how these men could like travel around and shit because they traveled around. You can see it. Like somebody had to see some shit and be like, "Wow, that's impressive. I'm gonna do that at my spot."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? For them to all like pretty much have the same like type shit, like, or somebody went there and was like, "Yo, do you know that you could do this by doing this?" You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
It'd be so interesting to like be able to almost be a fly on the wall to see like when like languages and stuff were in their inception state. You know what I mean? Like it would just be so interesting to just see like how that was done, like how language was created and how people were, you know what I mean? Like,
I reckon we'd all be a bit scared from.
Yeah, I reckon it would be some scary shit. Like, because how else you get an entire continent of people to speak in a particular set of codes? You know what I mean? It's like,
right.
I can imagine there definitely would be some like very uncomfortable shit in that. But it would just be interesting to know. Do you know what I mean? Because like, for example, like who was the first person to say speak English? And how did that happen? You get what I mean? Like, and how did that happen, bro? Like,
well,
there's different weird shit like that.
There's theories that say the English language basically like it's like, I guess, newer form because before it was much different. But the way it is now is so that like people could like read the King James Bible or something like that. I don't know. I did no research about that shit or nothing, but it's just something that came up that I was like, huh?
Yeah. What's go on, sorry, go on.
I'm saying when you think about like how actually old said language is and it's compared to like all the others like evolved and shit, but like yeah.
Well, even like, English evolved, though, innit? Like, even English evolved, though, innit? Like,
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they've all like changed and become like these modern versions, but like the origins, English even takes words from
other languages and shit.
Like they
in typical English fashion, innit? Take from some other shit and just claim it as your own. Like, this is my shit now. We ain't gonna change how it's spelt or nothing, but this is just gonna say
listen,
it.
That shit
You know
works,
what I mean? Like, and sometimes they don't even say the shit different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that shit work, right? Everybody
like the word government, bro. Like the word government is a French word. You get what I mean? Like, and they were just like, we ain't got no word that's better than government that means that. We're just gonna take that one, but like, and what?
Restaurant. You say
restaurant
that government? Yeah, restaurant. Even the way you say is French.
It's just like, what do we call it? Like a food hut? Like, nah, bro. Restaurant is fly, bro. They said we just gonna grab that shit. Let's take it, bro. Just take it, bro. What are they gonna do? Take it back. If we just start saying the shit, what are they gonna do? Tell us we can't say it, but fuck them, bro. Like,
yeah, they'll send a boat and be like, yo, stop using our shit.
Yo, do you reckon? I know this will probably never happen, yeah, but do you reckon like a country would ever go to war over something like language? Okay, you know what? As I asked that question, I realized, one, yes, they would, but two, not just because of language. It's like culture and religion and all them sort of things in it. Like, but maybe not.
No, yeah, I mean, like if you start getting deeper into the reasons, then yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's
on the surface of it, just being like, oh yeah, they stole our word. Yeah, we go and like drop nukes on them niggas. Like, nah.
Yo, they just took our word, bro. They didn't pay no royalties on it. Nah. They didn't pay no sampling fees or nothing, bro. Like, nah, we just dropped it.
We had that trademark, fam.
Yeah, legit, bro. Legit. Legit, great. In perpetuity, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean?
Trust me, y'all can't just take our word, man. Like, yeah, that would be some proper English shit. You know what I mean?
It's like Lil Wayne, do you know what I mean? Man could be like, oh yeah, every rapper does say bling bling. in the last
Well, he
20
said
years,
that before, don't it? He said that before, don't it?
My bread from.
But the only problem is they didn't trademark it though. That's their only problem.
I tell you, it should have trademarked it.
Because, bro, imagine the different level of bread man will be sitting on if you did certain like trademark bling bling, bro. Like stupid shit.
Even being like, oh yeah, my chain blinging. Oh yeah, nah.
But I tell you the truth, if that happened, Wayne might never make music again, no, bro. Because like the sort of money that sort of shit would bring you, fam. Like he might be like, blood, I ain't never got to rap again a day in my life, bro. Like,
you know what? Yeah, I might try to do that shit, fam.
Trademark bling bling. Fuck it, bro.
Yeah,
nah, you know what the game is,
too late for that now.
You know what the game is, yeah. The game is, bro. Like, I'm sure you've seen like these little things of them taking like, whether it's cartoons or things from like our childhood years and remaking them. So there's like a Winnie the Pooh horror film or something like that. Like, yeah, because what it is that
that's still on the timeline.
The trademark runs out on certain things in certain years. There's like a website that shows you the list and shit, but it's like the trademark will run out at a certain point. So if you go and buy the trademark, bro, like you get the rights to the shit. Do you get what I mean? Like the legal rights to pick the shit. You know what I mean? Like I can't remember what the site's called, but it's like a site where all the shit is just listed, like fucking like Mickey Mouse or fucking Burger King's, like just a bunch of. But the thing is, if you can get there quick enough, legally you have the rights to it. That's how they made that Winnie the Pooh horror film. You think the Winnie the Pooh people signed off on that? They just got the rights to the shit and then just like, yo, we're just going to do this shit. You know what I mean? But there's like loads of stuff they've done that with though. You know what I mean?
That's mad.
Yeah, it's a mad thing.
Yeah.
It's a mad thing. I remember when I first saw that Winnie the Pooh horror film thing and I just thought it was just, just the internet just making up some dumb shit like, oh, imagine if type shit. But then, you start seeing something and like again and again. And I'm like, wait, what is this, bro? And niggas is like, nah, bro, they made a Winnie the Pooh horror film, bro. Like, yeah.
Like a full scale film. I'm not holding back.
The mad thing. Absolute mad thing, bro. But I tell you what, though, yeah, some of the films that they're coming out these days with, like, is have you heard of the Cocaine Bear, fam? You've heard of Cocaine Bear, right?
Nah. Wait, yeah. They're dropping packs and then the shit drops and the bear like gets into it and get fucked up and
brother, the plot of the film is that a pack of cocaine get dropped into the rainforest and a bear get into it and then he get lifted off the white, bro, and he's just going mad. That's the plot of the film. They got a producer. they got a master of lighting and photography. They got a motherfucking cast, a director. They got a casting people, they got the wardrobe people and shit. You know what I mean? They did blue runs for this. They would have showed this to their investors. They would have greenlit the film. Like, bro, there would have been so many steps taken, and and you know what the title they came up with? They in the boardroom like, yo, you know what? Yeah, all right. So we've got this concept, and it's like the bear gets high on cocaine. We need like a catchy title. We need something that people are going to be like intrigued by, something to sort of bring people in. I mean, what do you think, James? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Steve. I think sometimes we can overthink these things. I think sometimes it's just to do what it says on the tin. What's the film about, guys? It's about a cocaine and a bear. That's the title. Cocaine Bear. Put it to press. Put it to press. You know what I mean? Like, Cocaine Bear is the title of the film, bro. Cocaine Bear. And Pusha T allegedly is doing one of the theme tracks for it.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Because he's cocaine man in it, like.
Yeah.
All right, that sounded crazy. All right, not like that. Not like that. I mean, he raps about selling.
Yeah, that. Yeah, man, you trying to get man jammed up out here. That ain't.
I know, right? That sounded crazy. Like, man just screamed that on a public broadcast, like, "Yo, he's cocaine, man!" Like,
I am not blood, fam. I repeat, I am not blood, fam.
Yeah, fam. Yeah,
nobody will be getting locked up after this broadcast.
Oh no, don't say that, bro. Don't say that. For the
Disclaimer.
court's sake, this is all entertainment.
Disclaimer.
I'm gonna say it again, fam. Disclaimer. For the court's sake, and for any sake of any legal proceedings, this is all entertainment and conjecture. This is all designed on the basis of bringing joy and happiness and hilarity to people. This is a spoof podcast. This is a parody podcast. What else can we cover ourselves with? Come on, Will, throw some legal liability cover, man. Come on, help me out, bro.
This is these views espoused on this show are based on the characters of Secret Life of Will and
yeah,
and not so much, you know, to be taken very seriously. Colleague just said it's entertainment. You know what I mean? It's all fun and games.
He said. That's what we have to be caught doing it. We have to be understand being like, yo, what he said.
And besides, those this whole broadcast is property of the YMRG collective. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, they're the ones.
No personal liabilities can be held by any of the characters on the show. The characters are inspired by life events, but not based on them. Any sort of deviation from real life is created for entertainment purposes. Again, some of the thoughts and opinions held by the co-hosts, again, are for the sake of entertainment and not to be taken literally. And no legal liability can be held on the basis of this verbal agreement that you're listening to now. By listening to it, you agree. Okay, so
thank you.
Oh, shit, man.
Hey, but yo, about the language thing, fam. I saw something my dad just like I came across as well. I think it was like in Mexico. Oh, somewhere Latin America, somewhere. But the prisoners, like there's like a particular prison where this is happening. They started using like an ancient language to like speak in codes and shit.
Oh shit!
To each other.
Oh shit!
Yeah. And like all the gods are like shook, fam. They're like, yo, what the fuck is going on, fam? The fucking, all the people that are obviously involved in like the whole incarcerating the man and shit, they're just like, yo, but don't know what to do, fam. This is mad, fam.
Because they can't understand this.
Because they can't understand, fam. And they write letters to each other and shit and that shit as well, fam. Like, blood, this shit it's a mad thing.
But then surely those authorities can find someone who can translate the shit. Because if they speak in the shit in the jail, then someone outside the jail has to know the shit. Like, you know what I mean? Because usually in shit like that, what they'll usually do is get like translators and that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then
unless it's like a prison language, unless you're saying like they created a language in prison or something.
Nah, they didn't create the language, fam. It's like an ancient, like a dead. It's like if people started like speaking Latin or something.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but I'm saying like in the same way, it wouldn't just be niggas in jail talking Latin. Like someone outside of jail would also know Latin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
it's like if they know it inside, then someone outside has to also know it. Surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's most likely the case. That is most likely the case. Somebody should know sign, but then they fucked up over that shit. Because they're like trying to intercept like their letters and shit, and we trying to like thing and see monitor what they're saying to each other and like their movements and shit. Right. But, they can't come. And they like organizing and shit and like, kind of making that man feel like, oh, these men could just concerted effort and break out of it together, and we wouldn't be able to do shit.
No, again, on the sake of the story and shit that you're saying, that sounds like way convenient. I don't know. I just can't conceptualize only the inmates of this prison can speak this language. That's the bit that's like tripping me up.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not that only them, but it's like it's
I get what you mean. Like they're using it in the prison to think.
Yeah.
But I would like say in the UK, for example, say like you said, like Latin. Say all of a sudden, man, them in fucking in feds and shit just started speaking in Latin, bro. at some point they're gonna be like, we need to get a Latin speaking person in here because they speak in Latin and we need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
They're not just gonna continue not knowing what they're saying. Do you get what I mean? Like they're gonna do
but
something.
it's probably easier to find a person like that than it would be to find somebody that's a person like an expert that's just like regular fam. Yeah, because I don't know, fam. It's just not
because
if
really niggas that's on the wing is talking it, they're not exactly like Harvard professors. No disrespect to anybody serving time, but I'm saying like if they're able to talk it, surely there has to be people outside of jail that also talk the shit. Do you know what I mean?
More time. They had to learn it from somewhere.
That's the only thing that's like, because again, I like the premise of it. I do like the idea of them finding a way to communicate where it's incognito shit. Like, I like the idea of it. I just couldn't see an entire, like, judicial prison system being like, oh shit, they're talking a different language, so we just don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I couldn't imagine that. You know what I mean?
It's funny, but like that's what the law gods were saying, and
right.
So like probably not the whole system, but like the gods for like shit. And you gotta think like some of these prisons, fam, they're not spending a dime over what they need, fam.
Yeah, it's true.
Unless that shit
techie,
starts to get like, I don't know, techie. Do you know what I mean? They start organizing and like kidnapping guards or some shit. Like, yeah, they just gonna be like, they hurting anybody? Except for themselves? Nah, not really. Shit. Fuck it.
But it'll turn into that though, innit? It'll, like, if they're able to organize and shit under this like next language, it'll definitely turn into that at some point. Do you get what I mean? Like, especially if it's not like, because you know sometimes when people go to prison, they can like still operate from jail if they're like a boss nigger or something, and they can have the jail on lock type shit. If it's not one of those sort of places, like if there's no resources put into the shit like that, then they definitely gonna fucking like riot against the shit.
They're just gonna
yeah. But you know what? You're right though, because we do live in a world where, although there is a way to prevent shit, people rather deal with the repercussions of shit.
Happens after.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, nothing's happening now, so it's fine. But it's like, yeah, but why not do this so that nothing continues to happen as opposed to just not happening now, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So imagine, but you see how powerful the language is.
Yeah.
Saying before, like if you could be a fly on the wall and hear an ancient language, you'd probably like have a bit of like fear about it. You know what I mean? Because that shit probably sounds
completely
mad,
completely
different. That shit probably sounds crazy, fam.
Like, even again, just for the sake of the conversation, even like a language like English, I can imagine if we go back to like 1400 or something, the shit that they speak in like would almost be like speaking Spanish to us. Not like it's the same language, but like we completely just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like it'll be a whole other thing. And the same way they wouldn't understand us, we go to say like, yo, what go on you, man? What you man telling me? Like, they would have a clue what we talking about. Do you know what I mean? Like,
everyone would just be full of huh?
I mean, first of all, we black, so it definitely wouldn't go well. Like that, they definitely wouldn't go. But that aside, we go in and talk about that man them shit. Like, bro, might as well be speaking Polish to them niggas, bro. Have a clue what we say, you know what I mean?
They'll be like,
House Doubt and Douse and Douth, Douse these, Douth, all that bullshit in it, like. All that bullshit,
it's mad how it evolves and how it changes like that.
Because of different influences as well, though, innit? Like, it's mad how different influences can influence language. Like, even something as simple as Wagwan, which is for the most part a commonly understood phrase, innit? For the most part. And it's like, even how something like that comes into inception is only because of like an external thing that's introduced to the shit. Do you get what I mean? it's like, yeah, it's just funny how many different things there are like that make up like any language, man. It's cool. Like, honestly, language is one of those things. Like, when you start looking into it, it's so interesting, dog. Like, you can just get into a proper wormhole about it because it's like an endless thing. It's like math. It's like maths. You know what I mean? It's like there's no end
and
point. It all connects. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. You know what I mean? Like, it's. Yeah, man.
It's the trap.
I was burst one night in it, and I was just like meditating and shit. And I just like it came to me like in an instant. But literally, math, science, and English are the purest forms of magic that we have and that we're taught. In terms of like just to everyday life, like when you think about what each of those things are, it's magic. Like math, numbers, like the universe literally correlates on a balanced number scale. Like language is like the way the universe almost relates to itself audibly, you know what I mean? And science is just the combination and the understanding of different chemicals that exist with it. Like, it's all magic, bro. It's a mad thing. Like, it's an absolute mad thing. Deep. Like, it's an absolute mad thing.
It's actually alchemy.
Like actually, do you get what I mean? Yeah, it's fucking crazy, bro.
It's what the Greeks went and learned from the Egyptians, fam. And they remixed it with their own thing.
Trust me. Remix to ignition shit in it. In fact, nah, because their remix wasn't better.
You see like the Hebrew language, like all of the figures, the letters of the alphabet, if you combine them, they make that Star of David thing.
Right.
Like, if you like put all of the letters together, they literally like create that like Star of David 2 triangle shape.
Right. To show you that it's all interconnected in it, like
And there's what was the thing about this? Wait, let me just quickly.
See, this is the whole music.
Yeah, that's right. So 52 weeks in a year,
yeah.
Half that. 26, right?
Half, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, 26, yeah.
Right. And then you look at the alphabet, 26 letters.
Okay.
It seems like it's an A to Z, but it's actually a loop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just like keeps starting again because you can write the alphabet out infinitely. You know what I mean? And it would just loop. So like the Z and the A are actually connected, even though they're at opposite ends of the shit. They're both at the origin point, as it were, of the structure of the language.
Yeah.
Same. And it's like there's another cycle, another loop that it traps you in from. Because now you're thinking in terms of cycles, hours, you know what I mean? Numbers, money, all that shit.
For real?
Yeah.
The endlessness of the words. You know what I mean?
And the words like got hierarchies of importance and shit like that. So like that sets the whole like status and advice. Like you said, there's endless fun. Yeah.
Nah, it's mad when you just start to deep it and like just think about it. Like you don't have to be like no Harvard professor, but you just have to think about the concept of like what are numbers and what are words and shit. It's like it gets wavy, you know. It gets proper wavy, bro. Yeah, it's
and you start thinking about, you see, like our minds, they're not really adapted to conceptualize like massive shit. Do you know what I mean? Like if I was like to you, what does 100,000 marbles look like? Maybe you might be able to picture that. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe, kind of. But then if I was like to you, picture 1,000,000 marbles, what does that look like? Like, unless you've seen that before, like your mind can't like
comprehend or conceptualize it.
You know what I mean? Although it can rationalize that, oh yeah, there could be a million marbles all in one place, it can't physically make that image if you've never seen it before. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like what they say about people that have like photographic memories and shit. It's like, it's not just that you look at something and it's like your brain takes a photograph. It's like you have to fully understand it, fully conceptualize what you're looking at and get it for it to like imprint. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a similar type of thing, isn't it? Like,
for real, yes. Yeah, like I said, look at the capabilities of the human mind, fam. Look at all the shit that I can do, fam. So if I'm trying to like control everybody in all their little sections, what's the first thing I'm gonna do, fam? I'm gonna give them a way to communicate. I'm gonna teach them a way to communicate. So anywhere in the world, really.
Yeah, and box it off.
Everyone has a piece. Yeah, everyone has a piece of the original language. Like everyone has like a little piece. Do you know what I mean? That's how come a man can even still speak truth in all these languages because like the truth is still in it. Do you know what I mean?
It's like what are those things in the Marvel film that Thanos was collecting?
The Infinity Stones.
It's like the Infinity Stones in it. It's like everyone has its own thing, and as you said, there is an underlying truth that they're born out of. So you can use it to speak that truth, but in the same way, you can use it in a destructive sense as well, innit? Yeah, absolutely, man. Because, like, it reminds me of a funny video I saw time ago. It was basically like a guy, I think it was like an American dude, and he was like in Colombia or something. And he was trying to like chirps a gal in it. But obviously the gal just speaks Spanish. He don't speak Spanish. So they're like on Google Translate. And he's trying to get like his bars off through Google Translate in it. But it's just like, that's so mad how something as simple as like language can create such a barrier of communication. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
because think about, you know the story, the Tower of Babel story, and God say, let me go down there and confuse the motherfuckers so that they don't get what each other's saying and shit. It's like, it's not like everyone just started having different languages or whatever. It's like the language itself, whatever that original language is that those people were using, like was broken into pieces.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like via dialects and shit. And then obviously as shit progresses, dialects develop other shit, and then, you know, that becomes another language over time and over time and over time.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing, I guess, that happened like in Africa, do you know what I mean?
Everywhere, bro. Like, it's mad, like...
The lines get put down now, it's a different country, these lot are different. So now, over time...
And the culture becomes different,
there's certain things that we have that they don't, there's certain cultural things that we do that they don't now. The language becomes different or starts to become different.
Yeah. And veer off
while sharing like all kind of like roots and shit.
You know, one thing that's interesting as well, even about like the dialect thing you were saying, like again, studying like linguistics and language and shit. You know, like even animals have like regional dialects and shit, and depending on like where the animals from. Yeah, bro, like not all animals, but a lot of animals, like, because I remember when I was in uni, like one of the first things we did was about cows, innit? And they were basically saying like cows, like just how they like moo and shit is different in different parts of even just the country, the UK. Do you get what I mean? And it was like a whole thing to just be like, because they're in different regions and naturally the people around them speak in particular dialects, and so
so it makes them
local shit. You know what I mean? Like it's mad, bro. Because even like having like, I got a cat, you know, and it's like my girl's family, they had a dog before, and the dog's passed away, but that had a dog, and like it was mad because they would speak in like Punjabi to the dog. To get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the dog like got it. To get what I mean? It's just like rah, like they just reflect. It's like us though, bro. It's like us. Like if you were born a baby and someone dropped you in the middle of Poland, you'd have grown up speaking Polish because you just reflect
like
what it is around you. You know what I mean?
Like a motherfucker, fam.
And again, like when you deep it, it's really mad because you go somewhere where you don't speak the language that they speak, and you'll immediately find like the level of separation you have from the society that you're in. Do you know what I mean? Like you'll immediately find like if you is somewhere you don't know where you are, you're trying to get somewhere you don't know how to get there, and no one speaks the language that you speak in, bro. Like it isolates you. Do you get what I mean? Even though there's so many like
away from
it. Do you know what I mean? Because you don't have any means of being able to communicate with the world around you. Like it's crazy, bro. It's a mad thing. It's an absolute mad thing.
Man.
It's an absolute mad thing.
That's the trap part, fam. You know what I'm saying? Because now, like, even the language now then even becomes like an identifier, like a like the whole patriotism thing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I speak this and that from blah blah. You know what I'm saying? And now it becomes part of this ideology that's like defended. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, you missed it, fam.
And it's like when you say take an issue like racism, for example, when you try to treat like the symptoms of it or just like the kind of little thing, when you begin to go back and try and find the root, as you say, like the language itself is a perpetrator of a lot of that shit. And it's like, well, you can't really undo the language. Do you get what I mean? Like it's like a lot of, as you said, the ideologies and just the concepts that people believe in shit is because of the language that they speak. Again, for me, just one of the most fascinating things that I come across just speaking to people is like when you speak to someone who speaks a different language and they're talking to you about something, and then they'll stop and be like, oh, fuck, like,
what's the word?
Shit, there's not a word in English for this thing. There's not a word for this. But it's like, oh shit, because there's not a word for it, like that in itself already takes out an accessibility to certain knowledges. So unless you've got someone there who can explain that concept to you in the language that you speak, like if they don't know how to communicate, there's already that language barrier, that gap from knowledge. You know what I mean? Like it's deep, bro. It's proper deep, man.
It's a mad thing, fam. That's our able thing, fam. Telling you, man.
Yes.
Everyone across the world got a little piece, fam. You know what I'm saying? Everyone got a little, like a little. It basically like shattered the I guess the wheel of communication. Unified like a whole single, everyone all speak the same shit, but then it's like, nah, smash that, boom. So like all these people that are like on, let's say, the east side of the map or the west side, north and south, they all now have like different pieces of it, and then within their region they go and break that up, and then that's gonna become lots of other different pieces because they're all gonna not be able to like cohabit whilst like the language is breaking down basically, and then it will become its own like thing. You know what I mean? It's like if a boulder breaks, like all them little the rocks that come off it, like they their own thing now, fam. They're not like the boulder anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, legit.
And then the more it rolls down the hill, do you know what I mean? It gets more like round and smooth. So now, even if you try to place it back, it can't place back now because it's different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a different thing to what it was originally in it, and it's like it's how you can keep. It's almost like rearing cattle. To get what I mean? It's like if you can box them off, because imagine everybody in the world spoke one language. Like that is way too much accessibility to one another to communicate concepts and ideas. Like you allow people to connect too easily. And if you're trying to control a mass of people that outnumber you, you have to find ways to divide and break those things up as much as possible. Do you get what I mean? Like you have to find different things to divide and break the shit up so people are just controlled in their little boxes and their little sort of cattle herds. You know what I mean? Like,
and every once in a while, just introducing the ideology and shit. You know what I'm saying? Watch the people that adopted the last one be like, yeah, this is bullshit. And watch the new guys and be like, oh, yeah, this makes sense.
yeah.
And now you've divided again from
Lynch, man. Lynch. And it's mad.
And then that divide becomes the norm. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
It would just be normal. Oh, yeah, it's cool. It's to divide. And then a little while again, drop another one in there. Oh, no, this is bullshit. Oh, no, this makes sense. And again.
And we all continue. You know what I mean? We all a part of it. Like, even myself.
Complicit like a motherfucker.
You know what I mean? Like, even when we talk about things like race and shit like that, like, I know that because of the shit that you bought into, it causes certain experiences and molds certain opinions and shit. And it's like, even that in itself is a divider where, although those things may be valid, it is still a root of division. Do you get what I mean? It's like, the 9/11 shit, yeah, the Twin Towers. I know this sounds like a sidebar, but just follow me. It's like, if you
don't get the signal fucked up out here talking that shit, fam.
Bro, it literally just fucked up as you said it, bro. It literally just fucked up as you said it, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fam, you gotta be careful out here, dog. Listen, you know they're listening.
I'll call it 10-12 instead. I'll say 10-12 instead. But if you subscribe to any of the sort of conspiratorial things behind that, yeah, you'll always run into somebody who is like, nah, because, you know, this happened and it couldn't be a conspiracy because of this and that. And what happens is the two people will end up discussing like the intricacies of, well, this plane hit this building at this angle and so this and then that, and you start talking about that, where the people at the top of the pile, they're like, oh, phew, all right, they're just arguing about the plane and the angle and shit, like they're not even really thinking about the shit. Do you get what I mean? Like, and it's the same sort of thing with just a lot of these divisions. We kind of get wrapped up, and again, I've been guilty of it. I don't want to make this sound like shit like that. I've definitely been guilty of it, but we can get wrapped up so much more in like these other things that I don't want to say they don't matter, because they do, but they're a smaller part of a bigger picture. Do you get what I mean? Like, and it's like, yeah, man, I think in the same way though, like I think for a lot of people, you have to be able to zoom out to see the shit. So you have to start by seeing a smaller picture and then a slightly bigger picture and then a slightly bigger picture. And you know what I mean? For a lot of people, you can't just go from a small picture to the big picture because you don't have any reference of conceptualization for that shit. So if you just start talking like all of this next level, different dimension, space it, like a lot of people will just switch off. Like their override settings will kick in and they'll just switch off. Do you get what I mean?
I can't handle this information at the moment.
Do you get what I mean? And so even that, like the language thing, it's like it helps you to be able to just shut off from shit. Do you get what I mean? Oh, this person is crazy, or they're just chatting, or just you can just lock down system overload shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it's a weird one, because where we have to try not to get caught up too much on the smaller picture shit. The smaller picture shit is important because it helps us understand the bigger picture. It's a balance thing. Do you get what I mean? It's like you have to try and just find a balance between the two, man. Like it's
that part from.
Because like I'll ask you, as someone who is essentially fluent in like two languages, like essentially, you know what I mean? Do you find that it's easier communicating in one than the other? And I don't mean like if you're speaking with someone that only speaks Shona or someone that only speaks English. I just mean like when you're talking, when you're in your bag, you're getting your shit off, whatever it might be. When you're speaking, like what feels more like natural, like or just better for you? I don't know. I mean, like just better for you.
What feels more natural, like depends. Do you know what I mean? Like if I'm in an environment where like it's a lot of people that also speak the same language, then it feels a bit more like natural then. But then I don't know, if I'm like in the space, a bunch of people, Actually, you know what? Yeah, nah. The other thing, fam.
Which one?
Feels a bit more like.
Do you feel like
it's like the
go on,
it's like the it's like I don't know. It's like the base system, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's like the BIOS,
the original program, like.
Yeah. So like,
okay.
Yeah.
So say like if you were telling a story, just whatever story it might be, like how you told me a story of you getting hit by the two drunk driving ladies. Which if we had like a producer or something for this show, like bro, some of the clips that we could have on TikTok would be crazy. By the way, we've had some great shit on this one. But like, say if you're telling that story, yeah. Do you feel like you're able to express that story better in English or in Shona? So say you're speaking to someone who speaks Shona or someone who speaks like whichever, like you're communicating it like.
It would be more jokes in Shona. It would be much funnier.
Right.
Because there's ad libs, you know what I mean? English doesn't even have ad libs.
Right. No rhythm in it.
no ad libs, fam.
They dancing on the. They dancing between the beat.
Like, yeah, it's like there's like a thing where like you can, let's say, describe something by, let's say, like the sound that it makes, or like, you know, what it looks like.
Yeah.
Like, let's say, I don't know. I can't think of like a.
Yeah, you have to think of something right now. You have to think of something now.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know.
There's a way to ad lib the story and just add a bit of extra flavor to it, like.
Yeah.
So it's like, say you're describing these two drunk ladies, so you can ad lib it like that, and they sounded like this, or they looked like,
you know what I mean? Even
whereas
like,
in English you have to just say it, type of thing, like.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, it's just a bit more flavorful.
yeah, I hear that, because it's like,
just makes it a bit more jokes.
Because again, it's even like when, say, I'm around like family or I'm at like a yard spot or something like that, and they go in full blown patois. Like, to me, and again, I have a very Englishified version of patois in it. Like, I can, like, I get it, I hear it, I can like fully understand it and shit. But it's like when people are talking like that, I don't know, there's just something that connects more. Like, I just, when people are trying to explain certain concepts or ideas or, you know, shit like that, like, I just feel like there's a way that you understand it more. Yeah, you just understand it more, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, literally, it's like the cooking in it, it's like the food in it, it's just, them different flavors, bro.
You had the flavor like the West Africans. Because like the Nigerians, like that pigeon thing, fam. Like, I feel like if you kind of like understand that, like, and how that works and like the rhythm of that, like, you can kind of like pick up patois, kind of. Yeah.
Because it's the same kind of bop in it. It's
same kind.
It's like same if we're kind of converted to music, it's like that's like on a 70 BPM and patois like 140. It's like a similar. The bop is the same in it. The bounce is the same type shit. Like, yeah. And again, I find it mad when people can't understand patois. To me, because it's just like, bro, like, how do you not get what they say?
It's normal to you, isn't it?
Like, but it's because it's like it's technically English, even though it's not. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, but how do you not get it? You know what I mean? But there's like people who genuinely like, bro, I don't have a clue what homie's saying. Like, do you know what I
mean? Yeah, now like some dancehall tracks, fam. I don't think the majority of people kind of like get what's happening, what's being said. They just kind of legit. They're just in there for the vibes, fam.
Yeah, there for the vibes and a good time, innit? If there's anything
Yeah,
like
that
that's all
one.
I'm gonna give you, it's that, bro. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they know the brook off your back, and then
The
they know
rest of
what
that shit
that means.
just filler in it. The rest of it is just filler, bro. Like he just saying words to fill up the track in it. They just waiting for brook off your back, brook off your back. That's all they waiting for.
I'm drinking rum.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
know
that's
that bit,
about
fam.
it.
They know all of them bits. You know what I mean? Like that in between shit. Yeah, that's like commercial stuff. That's when they go get a drink at the
Fam.
bar. You know what I mean? Go toilet and that. That's the commercial blood. As soon as I'm drinking rum, yeah, they inner that, bro. They inner that, fam. Like with their whole chest. You know what I mean?
Jeez. Yeah, nah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you know, maybe because like, maybe we're speaking from privileged positions here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Because like we know the shit. You know what I mean? It's easy. You know, it's the same as me.
Yeah, because again, I'm
like,
sure
I
for
don't
you,
know, like,
yeah, the amount of times I've like say like I'm up your sides or you down here or whatever, and like the G's them are together and shit. We'll all be taught, and then you man will just start busting up in Shauna in it, like, and it's just it's like you don't do it to exclude everybody else. It's just because in the middle of something, it's just like this is how I can get it across, and you'll get it. You know what I mean? And it always happens as soon as that man starts speaking Shauna.
Yeah, I remember a particular instance from
Terrence, as soon as one of you start speaking that shit, bro, everybody, like you man, just lock in, either start busting up or have a full blown conversation. Now us niggas are just sat on the side like, oh yeah, mad thing in it, yeah, true, yeah, like, oh yeah,
every once in a while, someone will come back down and be like, "Oh, guys, so basically he's saying that." Blah, blah, blah.
Not somebody you fam. Because what's hilarious about Terrence and them, like Terrence won't even explain shit. He'll just carry on, bro. Like he'll just carry on the conversation like everybody got it. You're at least considerate enough for you, like basically what I'm saying, yeah. Because Terrence is sick, bro. Terrence will speak shorter for 20 minutes and then carry on the conversation. And then when somebody says something, he already said it. Like, bro, I said it already. It's like, bro, you were speaking shorter, fam. Like, oh yeah, my thing, yeah. Say nothing. You know, Terrence, yeah, say nothing, yeah.
Say nothing. With the laugh as well, fam.
Oh, what a guy, man. What a guy.
Yeah, nah, it's a good guy still, fam.
But yeah, it's just
Funny
like
that
language shit. It's dope, man. It's dope.
You called me up with a mad story, fam. Oh, no, I ain't gonna say it on there.
Nah, do it.
Yes. Okay, how do I? Yeah, disclaimer. Just rumors. I heard about this. I don't know nothing about this. From outside sources.
all alleged in it.
This is all allegations, fam. This is all allegations. Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Exactly.
So, you know what I mean? Man's like, fam, you never gonna believe this shit, fam. Like, when they start like that, fam, you already know, fam.
Yeah, you know it's gonna be a something in it.
You're never gonna believe this. I'm like, why go on from why? What's happened? Like, fam. So basically, boom. He basically linked some girl on TikTok from Zimia. But then it turns out that this girl. Wait. We ain't even got to the part yet, fam. We ain't even got to the part yet.
Just because, one sec, just because of the art of storytelling here, this is great already because the opening line was, alright, so you linked some girl on TikTok, yeah, and already you like, yeah, I want to hear this shit now. From the opening bar, fam. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so this girl's from Zimmerman.
Oh gosh,
it turns out like her sister is best friends with some girl that he used to like have some dealings with prior.
Right.
So like it's a random connect, but it's like one of those like, that's mad, fam. How do you know what I mean? Like, right. You know, of all the people to find on TikTok and be like, yeah, you it'll be the one that's sisters with the brethren of like the one girl that you did some dealings with prior. Random shit. So he's like, oh yeah, nah, that's not even the wickedest part, fam. Because I'm like, that's crazy. How could you?
Right.
He's like,
right.
So basically, I was talking to this girl on the phone, and her sister pop up and be like, hinting basically, like, you should buy some cake for a birthday, blah blah, it's coming up soon. Ooh. And he like, nah. Oh, he say I didn't even address it. I just moved on to something else.
Right.
But then, like, every time we talk to the girl, she usually hinting, yeah, like cake, yeah, chocolate cake, yeah. So
she kept bringing it up, type shit. Like,
yeah, trap shit. And, yeah. Long story short, she like, yeah, basically, like, when I come and see you, you going to hear it raw and you going to like nut inside, you know what I'm saying? Terrence is like,
so 96 bars of revenge, bro. Like, she's talking crazy wicked, fam. Like,
wicked, fam. And
yeah, like,
what? That's
wicked
what she said, fam. Just like that, fam. And she was like, and he was like, yeah, just like that. It's like, god damn. And he's like, yeah. So anyways, I blocked her. Like, nah.
But, yo, you know what? Full respect. You got to stay away from them ones, blood. Like, yeah, because
that's...
Because I met you on TikTok, bro, and this is too wicked a chat for someone I never met in real life that I met off TikTok. This is too wicked, bro. You talking too crazy.
Agrees, fam.
You know what I mean? It's like, yo, listen, like, we just supposed to do 10 minutes each, bro. Like, you come with like a 2-hour set, my brother. Like, we got 10 minutes each, bro. You know what I mean? This is a clean set, fam. Like, you ain't even cleaned up your lyrics a little, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy, fam. That's crazy, chat, bro. That's wicked, bro. Because gal can chat wicked like that. Because, not even like that, but like, I've had gal chat wicked like that, but there's usually a bit more tenure involved. You've usually you've spoken to this person over the course of time. They've got like a certain level of trust with you. Like, it works up to that. Do you get what I mean? So it's like not necessarily even on like a relationship thing, but like,
but there's a certain level of trust. He'd be splashing that Riz from your boy.
No, listen, I know he'd be out here, but I'm saying even with that, yeah, even like say gal that you just risen and shit, I'm saying there's a certain level of trust the gal will have with you if you like kind of riz on a regular type shit. Like, there's a certain level of trust where it's like, yeah, this is kind of what we do type shit. So if someone like that starts chatting wicked to you, it makes more sense. If I've just met you off like a social media app and you talking crazy like that, that sound like a setup, bro. Like, that sound like you trying to, you know what I mean?
I guess they have like talked for a bit.
Oh, they had?
Oh, yeah. I guess it maybe, yeah. But then, even still, fam, it's like, yeah, there's greasy, yeah, do you know what I mean? There's like, yeah, the normal, when I see you, I'm like, wow. But then, there's that level there, fam. That's nuts.
It's a bit too, because it's not intimidating, isn't the right word, because it's not intimidating. It's just a bit like, are you forcing it, shorty? You know what I mean? It's like, because when gal plan to do wickedness, like on that sort of thing, they're not going to talk too much about it. They're just going to pull up and it's just going to be what it's going to be. Do you get what I mean? Like, usually it's kind of on match day. That's where, you know what I mean? Like, they ready, do you know what I mean? They're not usually going to start talk. What I found in just my experiences of life, the gal that usually talk wicked like that usually ain't really on wickedness. Like, that's one thing I have found just throughout the journey of my life and shit. Because I definitely haven't had gal like chat wicked and bad, and then you link them, And like they not wicked and bad, bro. They just sweet and just, you know what I mean. They were just gassed off the texting thing. Do you know what I mean? Or the phones. They were just gassed in it and just talking crazy. But they trying to live their bars. You know what I mean? They trying to live their raps like that. It's usually the ones that don't. It's usually the ones that like. I don't want to say acts like they not on that, but like don't overtly present that. If that makes sense. The ones that kind of play the back. You know how they say about like killers in the club and shit? Like the real killers ain't the nigga like that's walking around like he's the baddest man in there. The real ones is the niggas that's just playing the background, bro, just back to the wall, just cooling, minding the business, not like, but he the one who will tear the roof off this shit if it go crazy. Do you know what I mean? But it's a similar type of thing. Like the gal who are on wickedness like that. Like, say, just a gal who doesn't know you, she see you, she kind of like you and shit. And she's like, yo, like, it might be a wicked thing. Like, they not usually going to talk.
Nah, bro.
Wicked.
Listen, nah.
You know
what I mean? Going to talk wicked. No girl's going to talk wicked like that, fam. Unless they, listen, she basically was like, yeah, when I come over there, you're going to give me a baby, fam.
Which is wild talk, bro. That's crazy talk, fam.
Nah, thanks.
Nah, I'm all right, you know, actually. I'm all right, but how was your day? You know what I mean? I'm going to say no to that, but I mean, we can go to like Nando's if you want. Like, you know what I mean? Like, see, this is where man have to start to like yell. This is where like, you know, where girl at all boot. This is where man have to start doing that. And what Terry should have been to her like, yo, I don't appreciate that you're trying to sexualize me and like, blood. That's the new flex, fam. That's the new one, fam. Turn this whole shit around, fam. Like, I'm not just an object, and don't think that you can just sleep with me because like you'd have to get to know me. Like, yeah, bro, turn this whole whip around on the highway, fam. Flip the whole script, right? You know what I mean? Like
180 degrees, fam.
180 degrees, fam. Trust me, bro. Trust me, fam.
Nah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, though, fam. To someone you met off of social media, bro, to chat like that, it's like, yeah, that's. And you know what's mad about it, bro. You know what's mad about it, bro. It just shows you, like, in general, how little game girls have. Like, they ain't got no game, fam. Like,
they really got it like that. The type of shit that they do, yeah. If you do it to them, fam, that's not riz, fam.
That's a charge, bro. That's a charge, fam. If you do the shit that they do, fam, that's a charge, bro. You know what I mean? Like, imagine just sliding a girl DM, telling her that you're gonna nut all in her and what? Huh? What?
Man, chill out.
Do you get what I mean? And again, I think that really is kind of just a result, again, of the time that we're in. It's like a lot of young ladies grow up in this kind of climate we're in where hypersexualization exists. And unfortunately, whether consciously or subconsciously, a lot of the women, they kind of feel like that's what they have to offer what men want. You know what I mean? Like, just immediately, what does a man want from me? He wants my body type shit. And where there can be an element of truth to that, it's mad, again, when you... I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where there's a gal that's on you and you not on her.
Yeah.
And just like the level of like juvenile childishness that like some girls will resort to and shit. It's just like, rah, y'all ain't got no game. Y'all ain't got no game, but it's because they never had to, though, bro. You know what I mean? It's because they never had to. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you another story, fam.
Go ahead.
Alright, so one day, like in my Liverpool days, one day, chilling, minding my business. It's like 3 a.m., sleep or whatever, 4 a.m. One of the girls comes in and she's like, oh, crazy night, it's a crazy night, that's that girl, I don't know what they went, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, oh, that's crazy. She's like, start crying and shit. So I'm like, yo, chill. Like, so thanks, bye. She goes, like, I'm gonna go have a shower. So I'm like, alright, cool. catch you in the morning, right? She's like, yeah. So I'm like, all right, cool. Get back in the bed. Here she comes knocking at my door again. So I'm like, oh, what's happening? I don't know, I'm really worried about that. I'm like, oh, chill out. Yeah, see, whatever. All that bullshit. And then she's like, you look warm. I'm like, yeah, it's warm in the bed, in the blanket. Like, I'm kind of cold. So I'm like, you cold? Shit. So I'm like, shit, scoot in, you know what I mean? We're away from these, but yeah, I'm
this bitch trying to passive aggression away to some dick in it. Like,
wait, this is not even this shit ain't even there.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so she getting, but at this point she only like wearing the towel and she just came back from the shower and cool, whatever. I'm like, cool. She's like, it's kind of warm under the covers. So I'm like, that's crazy. You ain't cold no more. Like, nah, it's really warm. Oh, cool. At this point, I'm like, I see what's happening here. I'm just play along. Like, I don't see what's happening here, but I see what's happening here.
Of course you see what's happening, bro, because it's not subtle. You know what I mean? It's not fucking subtle, is it? Like, Stevie Wonder could see what was happening, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm really worried. So I'm like, chill. You know what I'm saying? Again, with the whole, they'll be here soon, blah, blah. Do you mind, like, spooning me? I'm like, yeah,
Ben is so easy. Ben is so easy, bro.
Yeah, but it's like, bro. Yeah, I was like, you know what? Yeah. I'll have a bit of this, fam. I see what's happening, fam. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Food is presenting itself, fam. It'll be rude not to eat right now, fam.
It'll be rude not to.
So yeah, I'm just letting you play a little game. Yeah, it's hot, it's cold, it's hot, it's cold. Hold me. Cool. It's like, yeah, no game, fam.
Just passive aggression. just passive aggression in it, like,
man.
The bed looks warm. Bitch, does it look warm? Does it really?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It's funny you say that, because I actually bought this quilt so I wouldn't be cold at night. Isn't that like crazy how that concept works? Like, isn't it mad how the bed isn't cold? Like, because I'm in it. That's crazy, right? And now she get in the bed and she's not cold anymore. Isn't that mad how temperature works? Like, isn't that just a crazy thought? You know what? We should trademark it. We should fucking go and sell these things to people. Like, these girls are so funny, man. They're so funny. Because again, it's like it's ultimately patriarchy, not to make it serious. It's ultimately that, but there's like this weird understanding of you almost have to like manipulate a man to get what you want, because if you just kind of state what you want, it leaves the door too open for that to be rejected. So you have to almost and I'm not using the word manipulate necessarily like a negative way. I mean it by the definition. Do you know what I mean? Like literally just kind of orchestrate it in a way so it goes in the direction you want. Do you know what I mean? So even again, a gal who's on you, bro.
Another one, fam. Oh my God, I thought another one.
Hold up, I said another one, fam.
Yeah, this all the same, fam. The same tactic, fam. It's cold. It's hot in here. It's cold. Same shit, fam. Like, I've seen this before.
We've played against the 4-4-2 formation before. Yeah. They just played 4-4-2 again. Like, I swear down.
They've not playing long balls.
No flying wing backs, no inverted centre mid. They just 4-4-2, like the good old days. This is the easiest formation to play against. You know what I mean? Fuck it all. That's fun. Because Will, imagine it the other way around. Imagine Will, like a dickhead, stood outside this girl bed saying, yo, your bed look mad warm, you know. Like, yo, it's mad, like cold in it. Like, nigga, she's going to call the police. What are you talking about? You going to guess who's going to jail? Guess who's going to jail tonight? You going to jail, bro? What are you talking about? You cold, nigga. You must be cold in this cell phone. What are you talking about, bro?
Nah, she'll throw you a blanket real quick and be like, you'll be out of it.
Bruh. Imagine if as a dude that was like your best way of trying to get some like traction. Like, yo, it's cold out here, you know. Waiting for us to invite you into the bed. Like, yo, it's mad cold. You know, the bed looks warm. You know what I mean? Like,
man,
fuck you know. But you know what?
Nuts,
it's equally our fault though, fam. Like men, I mean, it's equally men's fault because the men just make it too easy, fam. Like. Again, I can speak for myself,
bro.
The
difference is, though? But did you know what the difference is, though? It's like, see, a man, yeah. How many like offers would you receive? Like, if you just like an average geezer, yeah. How many offers would you receive? Like, let's say a week or like a month.
Right.
Not many. You'd have to go and make your own opportunities.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Was a girlfriend show up in her DMs on the Instagram and it would just be full of man just being like, yeah, slobbering and shit. Go to the Twitter side, the same shit. And, like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, man is so hungry and thirsty for the shit. Like, they so hungry, bruh, that any kind of food that presents itself, they eat. Do you get what I mean? And I'm saying, like, I understand it. I do understand it. But it's like, my nigga, just drink some water, bro. Like, you don't have to eat every piece. And again, I'm saying this is a nigga who's done this, you know what I mean? So I'm not trying to shame niggas. Like I could look back at some of, like, my history and shit and be like, Jesus Christ, my nigga, you had no business, dude. You had no business anywhere near this person, bro. Like, you should have never let this person anywhere near your body, bro. Like, what we doing, bro? Do you know what I mean? And it's like, because men are so, like, frivolous with their bodies in terms of, like, just how we're programmed, like, to operate with, like, women and sexuality and that sort of shit. Like, men give them, you know what it is? It's like the reverse thing, or at least it was like the reverse thing. It's a bit different now, but it's like men give their body freely, but their time and their thoughts and shit, they usually tend to keep people away. Whereas how it used to be, obviously, with women, a lot of time, like, she want to talk to you and be on the phone and this and that and da-da-da-da-da, but she might not want to give up cheeks. It's like the opposite. Like, they don't give their body freely. But, like, yeah, it's just like a different sort of thing in it. You know what I mean? So, and I think just because of how the organ kind of works and shit. And again, I can't speak to anybody else that's attracted to anybody else. I'm just talking about heterosexual people in it, like. But, like, I think just because of how the actual organs work, like, one is an external organ and one is an organ designed for internal activity. To get what I mean? So I think you've got to do that was a fly way of saying it, right? That was a fly. Yeah. That was a fly. That was a fly.
Yeah.
Man laughed in the middle of a boss, fam. I thought I was getting my shit off, bro. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, like,
yeah, that is caught me off guard,
because the one is external. It's almost like when you go for, like, a piss or go to like a urinal or something, or you just got to go to, like, by a tree or something. You can just stand by a tree, flop the shit out, do what you're doing, shake off whatever, go carry on by your shit. But as a woman, like, it's a lot more involved. If you got to go, like, pee outside for some reason, there's a lot more of thought that has to go into it because you got to crouch down and then you know what I mean? It's like a whole thing.
Yeah, all that.
And I think just because of how the organs are designed, it's like dudes tend to be like a lot more like, oh yeah, you want some woody? Here's some woody for you. Here's some woody for you. Like, yeah, wood. Anyone else wants some woody? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got it here. I'm not doing anything with it. So if anybody wants some woody, you know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean?
Everybody gets a woody.
Like Oprah in it. Like, you get a woody, you get a woody, you get a woody. Everybody gets a woody.
Look under your seat.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Everybody in the studio audience got a woody under the seat. That's insane, man. The OnlyMans podcast. You know what I mean? And everybody's fucking like, after they get the woody from under the seat, everybody's like, "Ooh, look at yours!" Like, "Oh shit, yours is really cool as well." Like, everybody fucking. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh boy, yeah.
That's crazy.
Imagine that.
Imagine that again, bro. Sometimes I listen back through like some of the pod episodes and shit, and it's like, bro, some of these shits is sketches, you know, fam. Some of these shits are ill sketches, bro. Like, if we just film this shit just as a sketch, bro, some of these shits is hilarious. Because imagine the Oprah Winfrey version of everybody get a woody, bro. You get a woody, you get a woody, and everybody get a woody, fam. And there's woodies under the chip. That's insane, bro. Because imagine we try to film that shit. Now, who's gonna be the nigga that go to the sex shop to buy 27 dildos for the sketch, bro? Like, who's gonna be the nigga to go in there and do that? Like,
we'll send Jamie, fam.
Oh, you have to, bro. And even that in itself is a skit, bro. Like, filming him going into Ann Summers to buy 27 dildos and trying to explain it to the woman, blood. Like, now we're filming a sketch in it. And she's like, yeah, all right, blood. Send a sketch, yeah?
Can you rent them? Can you rent them? Because we don't really want to keep them.
Because what's funny, oh shit, what's funny is I'm literally picturing Jamie right now, and like, he wouldn't just go up to the desk, he would come in looking kind of sheepish and shit, and he would try and like catch the eye contact with like one of the people that's working there. He'd be like, yo, excuse me, can I just talk to you for a second, please? Like, and he would sort of like pull the person over here a bit. I'm like, listen, like, I'm gonna try to do his voice as well. Like, listen, like, it's gonna sound a bit weird, but my friends were shooting a sketch in that, and like the sketch, basically we need to get like you know, like what do you pretend to forget the word, you know him in it, like, what do you call it like dildos, like dildos, like and I need to get like about 27 of them, because like for the sketch that we're shooting, you know how he drags his words, like the sketch that we're shooting is like a comedy sketch, and like when we're shooting it, the punchline is like everybody looks under their chairs and there's dildos in it, and this fucking lady's looking at Jamie, but like, what the fuck is this nigga talking?
She's like, that impression was so mad.
She's like, I have to go get my manager. Like, just bear with me for a second, please. And then me and you is in the car trying to bell this nigga. Like, yo, bro, you get this shit yet, fam? Like, bro? Like, fam, we can't be like, yo, it's too bait in it, because you know what I mean. We need to just get this shit and hurry up. But tell them that we don't want to keep them. Tell them we just want to use them for a sketch. Did he tell them about the sketch? Us being dickheads. Like, did he tell them it's a sketch, bro? Tell them it's a comedy sketch, bro. You know what I mean? We in the car zooted and shit. Like, bro, tell him, bro, did he explain the Oprah thing? Nah. Explain the Oprah thing, and then just explain to them. It's like, all right, you man, 2 seconds. Now I'm gonna call you back. Yeah, so like, basically, like, we don't want to keep the dildos. We don't want to keep them, but we want to use them for like maybe like 48 hours, like something like that. Like, that's not exact, and we're not going to use them, obviously. Like, you know what I mean? We're not going to use them, obviously, but it's just like a prop for the sketch that we're shooting. You know what I mean? Like, I can just picture it, bro, in my head, and it's the funniest thing.
How you got that impression down so well, That's crazy.
Bro. Because he's got one of those voices that's just like... Yo, shout out to Jamie as well. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that.
He probably get that
What
shit
a
for
guy.
cheap of him.
What a guy. So basically, yeah, we're shooting like a sketch show. Like, it's like a comedy show. And like, we want to get some dildos, but we don't want to keep them. So is there anything like that you can do to like help us with that? Because like, oh man, yo, oh shit.
Oh, fucking hell.
Well, yeah. I'm going to be honest with you, Will, yeah. I do think between the two of us, bro, we could come up with an ill sketch show, fam. If we just sat and talked, bro, and just had conversations about random shit, bro, we could come up with some... Because this nigga said like Oprah. This nigga said like Oprah.
Yeah, it's not about to give the help these days for me, I'm saying.
Trust me.
Free the things, fam.
Free the things, you know what I mean?
Free the things, fam.
Is there anything else you want to get to? Like next? That's cool if you do. If not, we can do the Denz films, innit?
Yeah.
But if there's something else you want to get to, we'll do that.
Half of hip hop is ass.
Say again?
Half of hip hop is ass bags. Bags and bags of ass. Crazy.
What makes you say that?
It's just the emphasis on the, on the virality of shit. You know what I mean? So now it doesn't really matter what you're saying. It's just like he's saying some shit that's going to be viral. You know what I mean? Or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like this. Parents for me myself.
We in the generation, you just need clout. You don't really need talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's not the quality of the shit anymore. It's just, as you said, it's the virality. Like, how much can we just make this last? You know what I mean? Like, chasing the moment. Like,
it's momentary.
Because even like, all right, this is gonna sound like hate, and it's not hate because of what this person represents. Because there's bare people that represent that. This person's a case study. But it's like the Ice Spice Girl, innit? It's like a clear example of just virality being more important than substance or content or quality of music or anything like that. It's like there are a lot of female rappers that talk about the shit that she talks about, so I'm not whatever in it. But it's like, even when I listen to the shit, it's like this... It doesn't sound like somebody who gives a fuck about music, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like, just the delivery, the kid, like, doesn't sound like someone who cares. It sounds like somebody that's like, oh shit, this kind of works, so I'm just gonna do it. It doesn't, because again, there's a lot of female artists that talk about that sort of stuff. The good ones find a way to make it a slap. Do you get what I mean? Like, the good ones find a way to make it connect somehow. But it's like there doesn't seem to be any level of care. It just seems to be more like, and then make sure you twerk, and then, you know, we're gonna try and get the viral, and then this and then that, and you know what I mean. And it's no disrespect to her particularly because of all that shit. It's just she don't sound like she even care about music. Do you know what I mean? Like, she don't even.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. And then everyone's just like going nuts. Like, oh my god, yeah. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I'm like, I don't really understand. You know what I mean?
No, I understand it. Unfortunately, I do understand it, but it's just
nah,
because
I mean, like in the sort of like sense of like music taste, it doesn't connect. That's what I mean when I say I don't understand it. You know what I mean?
Because the artist Melly, the one that was signed to Tory Lanez and shit.
Yes, yeah.
Melly.
Yeah.
Like, she's another one who's really talented. Again, if you're not familiar, like, do you listen to her shit? Very talented, like, very good. But my criticism of her is that she just kind of does the exact same thing on every tune. Like, not in a disrespectful way, but like, she's like the talented version of Ice Spice to me. Okay, you know what? No. I take that back. Because again, I do think Melly's really talented. I do think that she gives a fuck about music. Like, you can hear it in her tracks that she's passionate about what she's doing and shit. So I do take that back. But in terms of the substance and the subject matter, it's not that different. It's not that far away. Shake my ass, twerk, bitch, I'll steal your man, and your man's on my line, and all of the shit that they say. Yeah. But it's like with Melly, she's just really good at delivering it musically. She can rap, she can sing, like she's good in it. But it's just like with the Ice Spice, that's why I'm saying I'm not dissing necessarily like the subject matter, because there's a lot of people that do that. But with the Ice Spice girl, it's just anything I've ever heard. And don't get it twisted, it's not like I've gone on my Apple Music and fucking like searched the catalog and shit. It's just anytime it's come across my thing and I've listened, it's like, this doesn't sound like somebody who cares. This like sounds like somebody who's in the music class in year 4 who doesn't want to do it, but they have to do it because the teacher said so. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's what it sounds like.
Boiled chicken with salt and pepper, fam.
Yeah, like it just sounds like the fucking her management or whatever told her like, yo, you gotta go record this shit and da. And she didn't want to do it because she's probably clubbing and whatever. Fucking like, she had to go do the shit, and she probably had an attitude when she did it and didn't want to be there and shit, and then left it, and then the engineers had to just piece it together and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It just doesn't sound like any care is involved. And she doesn't have to care. It's just sad that someone can not care and it still be like elevated to the point that it is. You know what I mean? It's just sad that no one gives a fuck if you care about the music anymore or not. And that goes both ways. That goes for the artists that are making music now as well. Like, a lot of artists don't care about you loving their music. They care about, again, the viral moment. Can I connect this to like a TikTok thing? Can we find a way to engage with this? Can we they don't care about the longevity and the discography and what your music makes people feel and experience. It's just like, what metrics can we move with it? It's all metrics now. Do you know what I mean? And it's a two-way thing. The audience do that to the artist, and the artists do it to the audience, and it's just like. So if you one of the few artists like myself or Will in this world who like, well, you know what's mad? Like, I actually care about my music and I actually want it to mean something. Like, automatically, it's like the language thing we were talking about. Like, algorithms work in the same way. It's like us being somewhere in a land that we don't speak the language, and we try to tell them like, yo, listen, we have like a very important thing that we need to do, and everyone's looking at you like, no speaker, no English, no, like, your message can't travel because the algorithm is already against what you trying to represent.
That part. You
know what I mean?
And doesn't know what to do with it.
If you're not willing to dilute that shit, then you have to fight against the current. It's like swimming against the current in the ocean. It's like, you can do it. It's just a lot more difficult than swimming with the current. You know what I mean? It's just a lot more difficult.
Much more difficult.
Do you get what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it just seems the further and further time is going along. It's like, my cousin was here earlier, actually, like maybe about left like an hour or so before we started the pod. And we were talking about like UK rappers and shit. And he was sort of saying he listened to this other podcast and they did like a top 10 of like UK rappers and, stuff like that. And the kind of parameters he was working by, he was just sort of saying how there are different things that they're judged against. Like, There are some artists who have like a heavy cultural impact. There are some artists who are like mad lyrical, some have the public image or whatever it might be, like that sort of shit. And the whole, we were talking about, it was Wretch 3-2, and we were saying how
what's happening? No.
The commercial route, or try the commercial game, if you will. It almost feels like he abandoned the thing that made him special, which is why a lot of those commercial things didn't really connect the way that, say, like when Kano started releasing more commercial music, even back to like P's and Q's and shit like that. Like, it was something that was organic that we as the people fucked with, but also mainstream was able to embrace a song like that. Do you get what I mean? Like, and we were sort of just talking about how sometimes there are attributes that you excel in, but because you excel in that attribute, it can almost hinder you in other attributes. And actually, it's funny. I used the conversation we had from last week about Steph Curry. And I was saying, like, the example of Steph Curry is an elite basketballer within himself, but the thing that sets him apart is that 3-point shot where he can hit that bitch from anywhere. Like, the thing that puts him over the top is that thing. And if you take that element away, say if he tried to become like a guard or something, like he just tried to change lanes to something that he hasn't worked on or worked in, it would really affect his game. And it's the same sort of point we made about Wretch 3-2, just saying how when guys like Kano or Getz or, you know, any of these guys started doing the more commercial friendly things, there was still the elements of them in the song. Like, none of the songs felt like they sold out. There were still elements of them, you know what I mean? And it's like, when Wretch started doing that, it's almost like he completely abandoned the thing that made him special. Like that super deep lyrical shit. Like, he just that just didn't do that. Do you get what I mean? Like, he tried to just jump in a whole other lane. And I say all of that background to what we were saying is just like, with the music and shit, if you an artist that excel in a particular niche, because the point I brought that up to say, it was like, I was saying to my cousin, because, okay, I know I'm going on bare tangents. The conversation he brought to me was basically, he said, like, the podcast he listened to, they put Wretch 3-2 in their top 10 of UK artists of all time, but he disagreed with that. So I was saying to him, like, okay, I can hear a disagreement, but I want you to explain it to me. I want you to give me the 10 that take him out of the top 10. And as we were going through and saying the names, having the discussion, like, we kind of got to it where it's like, you know what, actually, you do have to kind of put him in there, like you do. But the main argument he had was like, Wretch, okay, don't take the words literally. It's just like categories that they were put into. So don't take it literally. But the categories were like cultural impact, lyricism, rapping ability, wordplay, stuff like that. Flow and just how like you are on the beat, hits, and then obviously like sales and revenue and all that shit in it. And the thing he was saying about Wretch is like, although Wretch is really good in one of those categories, he's not really that good in the other categories compared to these other people. Fair. Do you get what I mean? And like, when we broke it down and shit, it's like, you know what, actually, because the thing he said to me was like, yo, name me the Wretch 3-2 hit. Just name the hit. If we're going to put him in the top 10, he has to have had a hit, bro. Just name the hit. And just see how you paused just then, like it was the same thing. It was like, rah, bro, I can't. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, cool. Spit me like any memorable bar that he spat. Just give me any memorable bar right now that he spat. Shit, like I can't think of any. All right, cool. And he literally said, give me a memorable bar of Chip. He said, give me a memorable bar of Chip. I was like, shut up, you dickhead. Came to my hands like a dickhead. Didn't come back, dickhead. Patrick's my dickhead. Patrick's a like, because And the point he was making was like, you see how immediately you could go to that. That's cultural impact. When he did that shit, it touched the curve. You know what I mean? Like people felt that shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like Wretch 32 excels in the avenue he excels in. But when you look at all of the other parameters, really, he doesn't actually excel that much in it.
Stack up.
But because he excels so much in just the actual lyricism part, you can make the argument to put him in the top 10 because he's that good of a rapper. Because we listened to, it was the Avellino and Wretch 32 Fire in the Booth.
Fire in the Booth, innit? Yeah.
And we listened to it, and like, because I literally put it on in it, and he was like, we'll listen to it, and he was like, yo, nah, Wretch is different. Like, and I was saying, you see, when Wretch does that, when he does that, no, he's unfuckwittable. Like, again, anyone who's listening, you can type in Wretch 32 Avellino Fire in the Booth. It's the famous one where like he kind of revealed Avellino to the world type shit. Just listen to Wretch on that shit, because when he does that, no one else can do that with him. Not no Gets, no Kano, no fucking anyone you want to put it. No one else can do what he does when he gets into that pocket. And the point I was making to him was like, I think the reason why Wretch 32 maybe doesn't get the reverence that you could say that he's owed, just in terms of how people view him and shit, is because when he made that commercial switch, he went to a completely different lane. Like, he went completely left field. And I was making the point, I was saying, like, although it might have put more money in his pocket ultimately, I feel like if he had just grinded out those times when people started going commercial and get, you know what I mean? If he just grinded out that time and just kept doing what he does, he would be a much more celebrated figure in the shit right now. Again, obviously, those who know, you know what I mean? But if you didn't know Wretch 32 then, and someone says that name to you now, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, if you weren't there for the time where he was doing his thing, like, it wouldn't, you know what I mean? Because you had to be there, sort of shit. And like, I say all of that to come back to say, in the music thing we're talking about, just like people caring and not caring and stuff, it's like, for me, in a similar way to the Wretch 32 conversation, like what I want to do is just stick to this thing that man have made a decision to stick to, as opposed to at this point, you know what, all right, fuck it, fine, I'll just try it their way. Because if I'm willing to sell out this thing that I've been banking on so much, then where does my foundation lie? Do you get what I mean? And yeah, it might not reap the immediate reward that you want to see, but like, not to plug my guy Secret Life of Will, but it's sowing seeds. Do you get what I mean? It's planting seeds, bro. It's like, it's a deeper thing. And like I said, one thing I've definitely found is like, even if it's just a one song, like any song of mine that someone's connected to, I found that person really connects with that shit. Do you get what I mean? Like, and it's just, yeah. Maybe I went on a tangent or a few of them just then, but like, I just think it's important to, especially in like a creative field like music and artistry and shit, I personally feel like it's important to care about it.
Right.
In some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean?
You playing with powers that you don't. That unless you do take it seriously, you won't realize you playing with that shit, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? You're playing with the power to shape realities and change lives and all that, fam.
Yeah, fam.
It's like, yo, you better take that shit serious, because, yo, you might could say the wrong thing one time, fam. Look at these, man. Pac and Biggie, fam. I'm about to die. Look. What happened? Like,
yeah, bro.
You gotta take that shit serious, fam.
Yeah, if you don't realize the power that shit. You know what I mean? That nigga made an album called Ready to Die, bro. Like, you can't put instructions into the JavaScript like that, because if you put the coding in and then you press enter, bro, it's going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, run it, fam. It's gonna run what you put into it, bro. Like, do you get what I mean?
So So it's important to. I find it important to whenever I'm like writing some shit, I want to like take you on a journey. You know what I'm saying? So that when you sing that shit back, feel that shit. You know what I mean? Feel
Nah,
that
legit,
shit like
bro.
on a level. So.
Nah, legit, bro. It's like
And
even to what you were saying. Go on, sorry, go on.
The vibration goes up. So
nah, for real, man. For real.
Yeah.
It's like even to what you were saying earlier, just about like language and shit like that. Like, and to be fair, like my girl teases me because of it. Like my mum and my sister tease me because of it and shit. But like we've got like a family sort of WhatsApp chat. We're just talking and stuff. And like they'll always be like, oh, good morning, and I never say good morning. Like, I'll always be like grand rising, or you know what I mean, thank God that we woke up another. Like I don't say. And they asked me one day in it, they were like, why don't you say good morning? It's like, because like what's good about morning, fam? Like morning is a state of grief, fam. Like, you know what I mean? And like they laugh that, and like they get it, you know, they get it, but like they just tease me in it. It's like, oh, sorry, grand rising, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But it's like now, because like, and not like that, but it's like literally you lot are the three most important women in my life. Like I can't put that energy on you day after day. I can't propel that shit to you. Do you get what I mean? Because I understand that it matters. If I do it, then it matters. Ignorance is bliss. Do you get what I mean? And the universe is so amazing that there are certain protections and shit built in with certain levels of ignorance. Like, put it this way, there are some people who can get away with living certain ways that I wouldn't be able to get away with karmically. Like the universe would punish me much worse for doing certain things because I know better. You know what I mean? And so when you know better and you make a willing decision to do some fuck shit, the universe only works one way, and you're going to get paid back as much as you've gone against the program. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. But when you move in a state of ignorance, there's almost like a certain level of like a force field around you where, there's repercussions and shit, but it's not as...
It's like you're still a kid, isn't it?
It's like you're still a kid. It's like you're still a kid. Do you get what I mean? And like there's a protection that comes with that. Do you get what I mean? And that's like the two sides of the coin of, I guess, what they refer to as like waking up, or, you know, delving deeper into your consciousness and shit. Because the more that you realize, you know, it's like, oh shit, I have more responsibility, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, I'll give you a quick example. I've been in the process of trying to buy property in it, and there's like, it's long and shit, but basically one of the things was like they needed to see like a water bill. But I had been in the time and never paid a water bill, never had to pay no water bill, never got asked to pay no water bill. I just put the water on, and the water there, cool in it. Like they water, do you get what I mean? I've never had a problem with like the water cool, never had an issue with it. Fucking called them, it was a process in itself, but basically it didn't change my ability to buy or not buy the yard. Like ultimately, so like now it's like now I have to pay this bill because I've spoken to them, and now I have another bill I have to pay that I wasn't paying, and everything was fine. And because the mad thing was, like when I belled it and shit, they basically were like, on our system, your address doesn't exist. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't exist on our shit. And like she literally said to me, if you hadn't called us, like we would have never have picked this up. Bro. It's like Rati, swear down, swear down. But you fixed it up now, right? Okay,
that's
cool. Look at me gunning myself, fam. You know what I mean? Like
that's like you found a bag with like 100 million in it, fam. I mean, you just give it all back, fam.
Yeah. Go declare that shit.
Gonna take a 1 million.
Go declare that shit, and the taxman's like, "I'm so glad you brought this to me, so I'm gonna take 65." Yeah. And the taxman's like, "You know what's mad? If you had never brought this to me, I would have never known this money existed." Safe, bro. Safe in it. Like, But it's like, yeah, it's just to that point. It's like, once you know better, karmically, your punishments are more severe. Do you get what I mean? It's like,
yeah, they tend to be.
And again, it's not always like as drastic as death, and you know what I mean. But just karmically, like you. Again, you kind of spoke to it a little bit on one of the previous episodes, just like with the old work situation, just kind of what like some of the man used to do, and you sort of said like, yo, like the universe kind of paid me back for that shit because I didn't do XYZ, but to a degree I was complicit. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And I knew better. And so there's a karmic retribution that has to be paid for that. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, you could look at the other Donnies and maybe it's like, well, they've not really had to face no shit like that. But it's like, yeah, but you know better. Do you get what I mean? It's like, it's not about them. It's about
not
you.
The same.
Do you get what I mean? It's not the same and they won't be judged the same. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I definitely think it's the same way just across the board from like speaking. We'll talk about like music and shit as well. Like, I just think if you have an understanding of certain shit and for me anyway, I can't speak to anybody else's sort of belief or ideology, but I just feel like there is a certain responsibility to create something and leave something in the world that will be beneficial in whatever way, shape or form, will be beneficial to the people of the world. Like, I think selling people poison it's the same ideology as like a ticket inspector. You know, the people that go around trying to find people's cars to put like parking tickets on and shit. It's the same thing, but it's like, how can you get up every day and your job is to fuck people over and ruin their day? But like, how can you get up every day and do that shit? Do you get what I mean? Like, how can you get up every day and like, yeah, I'm gonna catch some old lady who's not fast enough to get back to her car slipping? So like, how do you get up every day and do a job like that, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same sort of thing to me. It's like people who choose to sell.
Some people got.
Go on.
And I thought, yeah, some people got no feelings like that, fam. Don't give a fuck all that shit, fam.
Bro,
every one of them tickets is commission, fam.
Bro,
top of my hourly rate. So yeah, where y'all parking at that mind out, nigga.
Shit,
you might
crazy.
just get into my bonus.
Shit, crazy.
That mind out, my nigga.
You know what I mean? It's like, bro, I don't.
It's kind of like the same as like you know. The trap stars.
Yeah.
It's like, now I'm getting my piece, selling the shit. You know what I mean?
So fuck the homes and the families that this shit is fucking up. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing to do with me. I'm getting my shit.
Yeah, as long as my bread's stuck, we scrape from.
Yeah, and I do get it.
Every once in a while, I do turkey drive for the hood from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, for real. It's like, it's you know what it's kind of similar to as well. It's like, and obviously it's like people do it nowadays as well. But say, you know, when we was younger in like school or like uni and shit, like we were trying to get a girl, like the man who do girl the wickedest. But like if a nigga even talk to like their sister or something, it's an arms house thing. Like they lick off everybody head, fam. If a man even trying to be polite to their sister, but they do girl the wickedest, bro. You know what I mean? It's like, fam, like it's fucked up that like you have such a level of separation.
I have another story about that also.
Oh God! Oh God!
We'll leave that for another time.
Nah, you gotta tell it, bro. You can't say you got a story and not tell it, bro. You gotta tell the story.
Well, yeah, what would that be? I don't know, like 2012, 13, something like that. There's a girl met her at one of the parties at BGK. And then, everything was cool, you know what I'm saying? Talking this shit out, meeting up, shit. Turns out she was friends with one of the homies, man.
Right.
You remember I couldn't do... Hey, man, if I start saying his name, fam. Yeah, how do I describe this geezer, fam? Skinny
How many letters are in his name? How many letters are in his name?
6.
What's the first letter?
K.
What's the last letter?
I.
Okay, yeah. Carry on.
Box top. He used to drive a black Audi.
Mm.
Yeah. So it turns out this girl's like related to my man, isn't it?
Mm.
And then obviously man gets heard about it or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, nah. Tell him Terrence like, oh yeah, every time he spoke to man, he'd be like, yeah, if you see my man, yeah, tell him, yeah, it's on for man, fam, on site, fam. On site, fam. I'm a whooping ass, fam. So I'm like to Terrence, wait, what does he mean? He got my number as well, fam. Just call me, fam. Tell me that you gonna whoop my ass. Why he gonna put that burden on you, fam? Selfish. Yeah, long story short, it was the day we was all there chilling in the kitchen / living area.
B2K, yeah?
And, yeah. So I suppose we were like having some drinks or whatever. There's some girls there and shit, you know what I'm saying? And then man was there, fam. He showed up, fam. So I'm like, man, I'm already getting tense, like, this is about to be some shit, you know what I'm saying? Trying to limber up, you know what I'm saying? Without making
it big, like, yeah.
So, yeah, couple minutes, and then man's like, yo, call me over. So I'm like, yo, we're saying for him, daps me, dap him. And then he's like, I just want to talk to you real quick, and like, I'll just step outside. So I'm like, shit, we're stepping outside.
Here we go, fam. Here we go.
Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? We get outside, I'm standing in the classic hood nigga pose.
Yeah.
My back and my legs apart and shit, you know what I'm saying? Just, yeah.
Ready in it,
right now, but you know what I'm saying? We're ready for him. But that man's like, you smoking it? So I'm like, yeah, from time to time. I'm like, that I'll smoke this real quick. Shit. He's like, yeah, nah, you know, I just didn't appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, we'll have a conversation. And I'm like, you know what, my fault. Yeah, you know what, yeah, maybe he's right. Boom. And then pretty much that was the end of that. But like, yeah, apparently everyone wants to know why he said Terrence. Like, doing little complainings and then things like that.
RG head honcho had man doing up bipolar. That's crazy, fam. Jesus Christ, that's crazy, bro. Nah. Secret Life had man doing the double dutch, bro. What did Will Smith say? Turn it over and switch. Dun, turn it back and switch. Dun, turn it over and one more time. Yo, man had man doing the switch, fam. That's crazy. Man had man passing Zoots like a Wiz Khalifa thing. That's crazy. Now, if you told me it's on for me, bro, and then you see me, you tell me that you don't appreciate certain, that's insane. Nah, Secret Life, you're him, bro. You're him a thief, fam. You're him a thief, fam. You know what I mean, bro? Like,
I said him, I was baffled, fam. I was like, because these men also, I think they were trying to like see by the window, and they was trying to like look out the window. You know how that shit was, fam.
Yeah.
They were trying to see and shit, but without like thinking in it.
But if you were down the other side, then they wouldn't really be able to see it neither.
Yeah, they came to the whose room was this nearest one, fam. Or like the middle one. I can't remember which one was Taps' one.
It was because Sam was the closest to the kitchen, and then it was Taps, and then it was like the middle one, and then it was my one in it at the end. No, I'm lying. It was Sam, then Taps, then my one, and then I think the guy's called Eugene or something. That first year, that his one.
Eugene with his brother Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they went to his room, fam. They was all watching, fam. But then nothing, fam.
Yo,
But then
a
nothing,
man that
fam.
said,
Like,
when I see it, it's on for him, bro. Like, when man see you, he's talking about not appreciated, fam. That's sick. Now, you're him, you know, bro. Now, you're him, bro. You're actually him, fam. That's crazy.
I ain't even look at it like that, fam.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why you're him, bro. You had man doing up bipolar, fam. Man forgot about his whole beef with you, bro. Man became a whole different person, bro. Whole different personality, fam. Schizophrenic, man. A whole different person you talking to, fam. This nigga sharing zoots with you, like, oh man, yeah, wasn't remember the time? Like, you know, that's crazy. You're him, bro. You're him. You had man doing up schizophrenia, fam. You're him, bro.
Man.
You're him.
Man.
You're him.
I still, bro, yeah.
Yo,
baffled me like a motherfucker, fam.
I haven't heard someone's tune change like that since ringtones, bro. Like, I haven't heard a tune change like that since ringtones, bro. Like, that's a changing of a tune, fam. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because you keep telling man that it's on for me, bro. It's not like a 1 or 2 times you're saying it. You keep telling
like
man,
loads, fam.
Then it's like, surely it has to be that, bro. You can't tell me about what you do and don't appreciate, bro. Like, I'm not your guidance counselor, my G. Like, that's like... And it's like not in a way, but that's how you can tell, like, and not that it would ever get to know shit like that, like, obviously, but how you can tell certain man just haven't been exposed to certain shit. Because again, like where I'm from in Leeds and that, like, if one of them niggas went around telling people that when they see this next nigga, it's on for him, bro. When they see each other, fam, the nigga who heard his name getting talked about and just like who is on for him, like, he's crashing out when he see that guy, because it's like, yo, this guy's been telling everybody he's on me, fam. He's been telling everybody that it's on for me, bro. So wherever I see him, it's a crash out thing. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't even talk just like that unless you're willing to go to the end, like where man are from and that shit. You don't even talk that sort of shit, bro. If you're not gonna do that, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Because imagine if you're
but just like as niggas, like, there's that contract, you know what I mean? You know, like, if certain shit, like, get beyond, like, reasoning, you know what I'm saying? It's, somebody gonna get their ass kicked, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
Nobody gets their ass kicked, that's
what I'm saying. It's like, imagine if you're a different person to who you are. Do you know what I mean? Imagine if you're fucking Ed or Biggs.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like at that time. So not now, at that time. Do you get what I mean?
Oh, Lord.
And a man's going around saying anytime. It's a different story. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's a whole different thing.
That's something else, fam. That is completely.
Every time I see him, I tell him how proud I am. You know, every time I see him, I tell him how proud I am, bro. Because it's like, I just remember some of the shit. It's like, wow, it could have been such a different story, innit? Like, it could have been so different, bro. Like, yeah.
The guy from.
I was talking to him the other day, and we said, one of these days, we're just gonna come up your size and just surprise you, fam. He said, like, one of these, we're just going to pull up, bro, like, you know what I mean?
Man, the door's always open.
Them ways there.
That's for my peoples only, not for randoms.
You heard me?
Yeah, so don't be thinking just because I said it on the air, it means, like, you know what I'm saying, it applies to you. If you're listening, chill out.
Yeah, legit. Some of the listeners get too involved sometimes. But remember that white who came on here bugging out, bro? What was his name? And I don't mean the ex-co-host. That's not what I mean. But that's not what I mean. But that's rude, fam. Don't say that. That's rude. Don't say that.
You're sick, fam. But nah, was he drunk here? The drunken geezer here.
Yeah, him, bro. He just came on here bugging out, fam. Do you remember, fam? Like,
fam, go.
I was like, invite me up, fucking invite me. It's like, brother.
Was it George or something like that?
Something stupid like that. Something daft like that.
Man, something stupid like that.
Yeah, he was burst up, bro. And I remember there was one other one. I think we were talking about it was like an Anthony Joshua fight or something.
Yeah.
And that old guy who came on like, you fucking guys don't deserve to talk about boxing. You don't know. It's like, dude, fucking chill out.
Yeah.
Like,
do you remember like that Scottish geezer that was on about Chelsea and shit?
Which one?
Like some Scottish geezer that we had like a thing about Chelsea with, like took up like nearly an hour, fam, just going back and forth with the voice notes and shit, fam.
What was he talking about Chelsea though? Like, what were we saying about them?
I can't remember, but basically he was just, I think he was a fan, but he was just going off about the bullshit, innit?
Right.
And we were just laughing, I think. And then I don't know, I can't exactly remember what the context was.
I remember there was one. Oh, what was the fucking guy's name, man? And I started saying his name for like things that were shit.
Giffy.
Bro, do you remember Giffy, fam?
Yeah, Giffy.
Fucking guy. I know what was mad about him. What was mad was like, at first, he wasn't even like bugging out, bro. At first, he seemed like, all right, like he's kind of adding to the conversation. And then at one point, bro, like I think Will said something. A man left a voice note, like, tell man not to interrupt me. It's like, wait, my nigga, hold on, what? Like, bro, like, where do you think you are, my G? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, how can you tell man on our thing not to interrupt you in a point like, nah? And then man even politely tried to be like, bro, you gotta chill out in it, like you gotta relax in it.
Yeah.
And then man left another voice like, nah, you man gotta relax, blood. Like, nah, you know what I mean? Just let me talk. Bro, what do you mean let you talk? You're not on the podcast, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Giffy, you fucked up, fam. You Giffied up right there, my guy.
Yeah, we have to flip that shit on him, bro. He Giffied up, fam. Fucking guy.
You Giffied up right there, fam.
I'm trying to think of some of the other ones now. There was one, I can't remember if it was like a call you might have dropped off of or one of the episodes you weren't on. I can't remember, but you might have been there still. But there was like, no, I think you were dropped off. Fuck. But there was like, yeah, because we was on the pod and I think your signal just cut like something in it, but like, yeah, just things I stayed on for a little bit longer in it, and obviously people just like leaving the shit. But there was this one dude, bro, hillbilly sounding motherfucker, right? And like, I can't remember what I was talking about, but he was just, you'd leave a voice note and like, see, this is what I'm talking about. You motherfucking kids, man, you don't understand nothing, mate. Like, just going off, bro. Nah, you wouldn't remember that one. Fuck, I'm trying to think of some of the footage now. Because there have been some funny, bro. There have been some like funny voice notes in that.
There's some people that jumped out the pot. There was some geezer that was like, just wild shit, fam. And you like, yo, chill, like, yeah, man. It's not like that around here, fam.
What type of shit were you saying?
He was like, you guys sound nice, blah, blah. You guys sound like this or that, like, since like the OnlyMans, you guys like, gotta name like pictures or something, like,
and he started grabbing his meat in the middle of our podcast and shit. You gotta get out of here with that shit, bro. Like, you gotta fucking relax. We on stereo, my nigga. You need to go take a cold shower, dog. The fuck you talking? How you on stereo trolling for man booty, fam? What kind of shit is that? How you on stereo trolling for... Brother, leave us alone, bro. Like, pineapples!
I wanna go home.
Fucking ranting. Yeah, no, I don't know if you've ever like just gone on stereo and just gone into some of like these random rooms, just listen to some of these conversations, bro. Some of these niggas be talking about
man.
Some of them be talking about some mad shit, bro.
Yeah, some of them I've like scrolled past and just heard some ill shit, and I got, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, but
or sometimes I just hear shit and I'll be like, you sound like,
or the title,
you don't even understand, fam.
Or the title, like again, I remember there was another one, and again, I think you was dropped off for whatever reason, and I had stayed on in it. And I'm just like going around, and there was one I saw, and the title of it, let's say the guy's name was fucking, I don't know, give me a random guy's name.
Melon King.
Let's say the title of the thing, so you know how I says the OnlyMans podcast episode 92, yeah? The title of the thing is Melon King Hates Eating Pussy. Oh. And it's just like, wait, what? like Melon King hates eating pussy and explains why you shouldn't. Something like just like wait, and just I don't know. Curiosity is like I have to hear what this nigga's saying, bro. Because for this nigga to type that into the stereo app and then press schedule, bro, like put the date in and the time, real, you know what I mean, and all that sort of shit. Was like, let me hear what this nigga's saying, bro. And it just this dude like, yeah, man, you know, you're not supposed to do that. Like just going crazy in it. Like just and like again, because I think I might have been like a little like lit myself in it. So I'm just there. I'm just doing voice notes on the shit. I'm just trolling this nigga. I come into the room to just troll in it. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna start trolling and shit. So I go to man, I'm like, yo, bro, like. Because the thing you're trying to explain is like why it's wrong in it, or like why you shouldn't do it. And I was saying like, bro, man, hear that in it, but at the same time, bro, it's not that deep, bro. Just eat some coochie in it, like it's not that deep, bro. Like it's fine in it. And he's like, no. See, this is the problem. Because what will happen? The population, and then And I was like, my brother, listen, like. Eating pussy does not minimalize the population, bro. Like you can yam box and still park in the garage, bro. That's not. You can still do all of that, bro. You know what I mean? Like you can still take the shopping bags out of the car, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? It's all that. And he's like, no, because the population, and then if men eat pussy, then what's gonna happen? It's like, brother, you too passionate about this on a stereo app like that. Whenever I go into rooms trolling and shit, and like again, it's only ever say the times before if I was like burst and I was just here and I was like, bro, I'm just gonna go trolling and shit.
To see what's the crap.
I would always like if someone got wound up in that. I would be like, bro, you getting passionate on the stereo app, bro, after doing a 4-hour podcast, fucking screaming and shit. Like, I would just go, bro, why are you so serious on the stereo app, bro? Relax, bro. It's not even that deep. You on stereo doing this, dickhead. You know what I mean? Man, just come from a 4-hour podcast, wild, sweating and shit. You know what I mean? Just had another argument and that with my other call. You know what I mean? They go to me like, bro, why are you being so serious on stereo, bro? Like, bro, just eat the girl coochie, fam. What's wrong with you, bro? Like,
yeah, you know what I mean? I mean,
funny shit.
You're not gonna die.
This nigga said population, brother. Like you, what? So eating coochie gonna stop you from busting all that, brother? Like, you know what I mean? You should holler the TikTok girl that Terrace hollered it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she's
fucking.
She down for all that probably, fam.
And more than likely.
Yeah.
Mr. Sins, I think we've bought ourselves enough time. Let's get to the main event of today's podcast.
Just a quick. It's very related to what we're about to get into. So I'm just gonna say it, whether we like run with it or whatever. That's
Okay.
Samuel L. Jackson was 40 when he started acting.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
That's crazy. How old is now?
Like 70, said he.
What? God damn.
Yeah, no, like he started like really late. Yeah, I remember. Because I know that Pulp Fiction was one of like the earlier things that he did that like put him on the map in it. Like,
I watched that the other day still.
Such a good movie.
Excellent movie.
Such a good. Like all of those Tarantino shits from that time. I think like. You know, like again, we relate to music and shit. Like just a period of time where somebody's just in a bag, like the Drake run when he was on that run. You know what I mean? Like just when someone's just in their bag. I do feel like the Tarantino shit around that time, he was just in a different bag. Like, he was because you've got like fucking Reservoir Dogs as well, like which is another one that's like, wow, chef's kiss. You know what I mean? It's just like a sick film. You know what I mean? Like, and there's other films, they're dope as well, but I feel like just the ones around that era, there's just a particular energy that he captured, man. Like,
and where like connect somehow, all them connect somehow. I can't remember
because like it's the type of films they are. It's like they're not supposed to connect, if that makes sense. Like if anyone else tried to do that, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, do
you get what I mean? Like if anybody else tries to cast something like that where it's like almost poorly shot on purpose type shit because of an aesthetic you're trying to like, even just the way the casting and the hair and the premise of the movie, like the film itself is kind of all over the place. Like that's his sort of trademark. Like a lot of the films are kind of all over the place. Like if Spielberg or someone tried to do that, it would be terrible because it doesn't fit the convention of how a movie cycle is supposed to go. But like as you say, it just connects in it. Like you just watch that shit and you in it.
As in the actual like the universes in those early Tarantino movies, they all like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like how like Mr. Wolf here, the guy that helps them in Pulp Fiction. He's Mr. White, I think it is, in Reservoir Dogs.
Mr. White in Reservoir Dogs.
The older guy. Yeah. And then
yeah. Like
there's also someone else in. I forgot that one. Yeah, but basically like the same like character.
It's like the Marvel universe type shit. Right. Right. Something interesting about that whole Mr. White, Mr. Pink, Mr. Blue shit. He actually took that from a film called Pelham 123, but not the remake with Denzel Washington, which would be an amazing segue just there. But not the remake of Denz, but the original one, because the film's about like train robbery in it. But like that concept, not using your real name, I don't know your real name type shit, Mr. White, Mr. Like that's from that film, and like he just sort of took it and just put it in his film and just it still worked. You know what I mean? It's still thinkable. Yeah. But yeah, big up to Samuel L. Jackson, man. Like it just goes to show, you know, a lot of times we in a time and era now where we feel a certain level of expectation to achieve certain things by certain ages. Like we really kind of hold that very dear, and you know can get into a space where it's like, you know, I'm this age and I haven't got this yet, and I haven't got this yet, and it's very easy to get like that. But again, Samuel L. Jackson, you know what I mean? It's like it was for. There's a whole heap of people like that. Like Steve Jobs was like 30 odd, 40 odd when he started that shit. Jay-Z was like 29 when he released his first album. Oprah Winfrey, like there's bare of them. Like there's a list of just people who like their journey started like a lot what we would consider later in life. Do you get what I mean? And it's like you have to give yourself the patience and the time to become who you're supposed to become. But in that, obviously, you know, you have to follow those dreams and put in that work and do all of that shit. But it's like
actually do the shit.
There's this weird expectation we have in ourselves. It's like if I don't do this by this point, then it means that I failed. It's like actually, nah. Like it's a smaller picture, bigger picture thing we're talking about, innit? It's like there's a bigger picture to shit, and as long as you do your part, you'll get to where you need to get to. Like Book of Eli shit, which would be another great segue. I'm too good at this podcast. All right. So the thing we've been alluding to for like about 2 weeks now. Obviously, last week we went through the top 10 diss tracks since 2013 to the last decade, which in itself, again, if you haven't gone and listened to that, go and listen to that episode 91 available on the YouTube page right now. Go and subscribe, like, and share, yeah? And again, I was like when I go on my YouTube and shit, and like you can just see it up on your thing. Like compared to a lot of the other shit, like people have gone and listened to that one. You know what I mean? So again, if you haven't listened to that, go and listen to that shit. We get into it, man. It's a good conversation. I thought about it a bit later on, and I almost changed my mind and agreed with you about Story of Adidon, but then I thought about it more, and then I kept the same thought. So
wait.
I almost changed my mind, but then I didn't.
It's still not the best.
Nah, it's when I just think about a diss track that defined the last 10 years, that was just the epitome of everybody was captured, and like it was, I don't want to say it was a good thing, but in the narrative of their beef, like people were rooting for Drake. He was like kind of the underdog in that. Because everyone expected Meek Mill to bomb on him, innit? Like, he was at the underdog. And just the way when that shit dropped, like, it was just like a flawless victory shit. It was like, nah, that's the knockout punch. It was just, that diss track, it was just so defining of the last 10 years. Like, again, the Story of Adidon, the shock value, it's literally what man was just saying about the Ret 2 thing. In terms of the thing that it excelled in, it really excelled in that. But in totality, when you look at all of the parameters, I can't put it above back to back. I can't. Not in totality.
Yeah, I hear that.
In rudeness, maybe. In fucking exposing, maybe. Shock value, yeah. But in totality of like impact, even though it did have an impact, like I can't put it in the same realm. And that back to back shit, like he did that. You know what I mean? It was one of those ones where, like, in unison, people were like, "Yeah, he did that. He did that." Nah, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, enough of the past ones. Enough of that shit, because we're on to a new top 10 that we've been teasing for the last 2 weeks, and this one, is the top. So what's the time mark? Hold on. So we 2 hours and 20 minutes in, yeah. So just in case, you know what I mean, everybody want to go to that shit on the YouTube. 2 hours 20 minutes in. Top 10 Denzel Washington films. Yeah? Now, again, just to explain some of the parameters to the people, in a very similar way to the diss track list that we did. This list consists of films that Denzel Washington was in. The parameters that we're looking at are Denzel Washington as an actor in the film, how compelling the character was, how good the actual film itself was, and then if there are any other intangibles that you want to add in, fair enough. But we're looking at those things across the board. His impact on the film, him as an actual actor in the film portraying a character, the character's impact, and how good the film is type shit. So how do you want to do it? Have you done it like in a particular order? Because I've actually tried to do this one in a particular order.
I didn't. That's the problem.
That's fine. What I'll do then is I will give you mine, and if you've got it on the list, then we'll just discuss it and then we'll go like that type shit. Kind of like we did with the last one, innit? All right, so number 10, and people may not agree with this, and if they didn't, similar to the Ret 2 argument that I had with my cousin, I could understand, but I like the film in it. So number 10, I put The Equalizer.
Interesting. Interesting indeed.
I know a lot of people think that film is corny, and I can understand it.
Nah.
But I think it's a really good film.
Nah, that shit's dope, man.
I think it's a good film, bro. I like how they got older Denzel Washington to be. Of course, there's a level of suspension of disbelief. Like, of course, like he's not fucking slowing down time and whatever. But like, I like how they made it somewhat believable that this older Denzel Washington could mash up all these henchmen. Like, they made it conceivable, like it made sense in the film. It wasn't something like, this is dumb, this would never happen. Although a lot of it would never happen. I'm saying in the narrative of the film, it didn't seem out of place. It like made sense. And like, for me, that was the first film of him being like an older actor that was kind of like an action-driven film. Because he's done like other films and shit, but a lot of those are more about the actual story of the film. Like, you know what I mean? Where there's not that much. He might have like gunfights or shit like that, but it's not no physical fighting shit. So I think just the way that they portrayed him, like obviously introduced his character, he's kind of like this ex-Marine, CIA, super soldier type shit, who's, you know, retired in a quiet town. You know, he's got his routine, his wife died and shit, and he's got a book that he carry around, and you know what I mean, we introduced this humble guy who's just living a humble life, who's a killing machine, but you know what I mean, he just want to chill and just have his breakfast in the cafe. You know what I mean? Then there's this little white girl who come in, and she's clearly a whore, but you know what I mean? Like, she smile and say hello, and he wants to see the youth do well. So he was like, oh, hello, little whore girl. And then one day, you know, the bitch pimp come round and slap her and shit. And he like, I don't like that shit, bro. And he got like this photographic memory weird thing that's not photographic memory, but he remembered the license plate. And then he went and checked the guy. And then he was like, yo, all right, I have to follow them to their fucking headquarters. Oh shit, all right, there's bear of them, and now he's talking to the guy at the desk, and he's like, oh, you've come here, my friend, and you don't know what you got yourself into. But he's counting around the room, and he's setting his watch, like, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to 7. All right, I'm gonna set this to da-da-da-da-da. All right, I've got to move left. And then, like, just the way they did it, it sounds dumb when you say it back. It sounds stupid. But watching the film, I enjoyed it, fam. Like, I thought it was good, bro.
Fam.
Like, I think
another one. I just watched that recently too, fam.
I even enjoyed Equalizer too.
Fam. Yeah, both of them, fam. I just watched them recently.
I even enjoyed Equalizer 2, which is a much, in my opinion, it's not as good a film as the first one. But I still thought it was good. But I've just heard a lot of people say that those films are like garbage in it, like basura, you know what I mean? So
it was fun.
But I think they're good. So I put that as number 10. I put that as my number 10. So that wasn't on your list.
Yeah. No, it is.
It is. Okay.
Both like 1 and 2 together though.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So we've got that one. The next one that I've got on my list is Deja Vu. Have you seen that?
Have I got that one? Yeah. I did not have that. Oh my God. That's great.
Great film, fam. Great film.
Excellent film, fam. Put that on proper.
Great film, fam. And I'm just looking at it now. It's a 2006 film, but I think I literally watched it like a few months ago with Brain. We were just like watching shit. So I hadn't seen it. And we were just like looking for shit to watch in it. And we put it on. Excellent film, bro. Like, so again,
look at you, fam. You got to experience it now, fam. Lucky.
Legit, and that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, the good films are the ones that you can watch at any time, and they're good films. Do you get what I mean? Like, even if they're shot on old cameras or old whatever it might be, like the film is a good film. So again, for anyone who wants a quick synopsis, Deja Vu. Basically, Denzel Washington is like a detective investigating the murder of a woman who's played by Paula Patton. But there's like this new weird technology that they have where they can basically look back in time. So they can't go back in time like a time machine, but they have like this thing, they set up like cameras in the person's house or whatever, and they can like rewind the time. So they could say this Paula Patton get murdered, and then they can kind of like rewind it like CCTV so they can watch it. But then as they're watching it, if they want to like intercept it, they can intercept it like in that time as though that's happening again type shit. So it's like, there was, I think, again, and I'm freestyling this, but just for the sake of the shit, it's like there's one point where like some henchman bust into a room because she like unlocks the door and opens it and they get into the room and shit. So like they rewind it on this like thing they watching, and then like as she's going to go open the door, like they basically like Denzel like knocks over a vase or something, because the whole thing is the technology is dangerous, because if you go and fuck with the shit, you can alter like the whole thing of like time machine shit in it. Like if you go and fuck with something, it's gonna fuck up like, and basically everyone will die because you'd have like destroyed the sequence of time, so life can't exist type shit. So Denzel's thing is all like, yo, if we don't do something, she's gonna get killed. Like we have to like. So he basically finds a way to sneak around their back, and he like knocks over a vase or something. So he doesn't go back in time, but he can kind of like almost push the vase through this thing they're watching. So it falls over, she goes and checks it, and then she doesn't open the door type shit, like that type of thing. But the film, essentially revolves around like the murder of this woman who played by Paula Patton, him trying to find out, and them using this time technology to kind of go back and forth between the timeline to figure out what's going on. So there's certain shit they have to go in the future and see, and then there's certain shit, you know what I mean? It's just that might not have been the greatest explanation.
It's like
but
they can go 3 days back or something, but then it
something like that.
If it's a Monday, they can go to like Friday, but then if it goes to like Tuesday, then they can go to Saturday. Type shit. Yes,
something like that. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, but if they stay in the shit like past the 3 days, they can't like go back or something like that. So say if it's like Monday and they go back to Friday, if they stay till Saturday, their 3 days were only from Friday to Monday. So you know what I mean? Like there was some sort of weird catch as well when they had to like try and time it.
The catch was that like they only had them 3 days to like watch and to rewind back and
because it was either like you would die or you couldn't go back if you stayed longer than that type shit. Like you wouldn't be able to go back. Like some weird twist. But again, it's one of those films that you won't see advertised anywhere. But if you just want to watch like a good film that is, I think it's thrilling and like intriguing enough to thought without being too complicated. So I think like someone who maybe doesn't like delve into like narrative and like character development and shit, like if you're just watching a film, you'll still be able to enjoy the film. Do you get what I mean? And then if you're one of those people that thinks deeper about that sort of shit, it's like quite intriguing for thought as well. So yeah, I had Deja Vu, number 9 on the list there.
I did not have that.
Okay. Number 8. So yeah, I'll just go up my list and then we'll go off your list and then we'll try and place them from there. I think that's gonna make the most sense. So number 8, I had John Q.
Oh, John Q, another one.
Great film again. If you've not seen, have you seen that one?
Not recently, but yeah.
But maybe like before sort of shit.
It's crazy. Yeah.
So essentially, again, quick synopsis. John Q is a film where Denzel Washington is playing like the dad in the film, and his daughter. Is it his daughter or his son? It's his son. Sorry, it's his son. His son.
Yeah, son.
His son is very unwell. Like he has like a really bad like illness that sort of like all of a sudden come on and shit. And you go to the hospital, and the hospital is basically like, essentially there's nothing that we can do. Either there's an issue with his insurance, or like what he's got isn't like curable, or a mixture of the two. Like, but there's a bunch of issues, and they basically like, brother, you have to take your pitney and come out the hospital in it. Like we can't do nothing. And so essentially, the character John Quincy, I think that was his name in the shit, as it says here. Like the character that he was playing basically takes the hospital hostage in it. So he basically gets a gun and shit, and he like a bank robbery but with a hospital. But the whole thing behind it is like, you lot are gonna help my son type shit. Like, and no one's leaving until someone help my son. So it's basically just how that kind of unfolds. Obviously, the police get involved, and just how that story kind of goes on and shit. And again, I think that one was really good because you saw Walter White become what he became. It's a similar concept. It's like we're introduced to this guy. The character is a good character. He's a loving father trying to help his kid. But then we see that character pushed to an edge where he makes like a decision that most people would term like a bad thing. So you kind of brought in that thing of like, what he's doing isn't good, but I'm rooting for him type shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like, I want him to be successful in what he's trying to do type shit. So like, yeah, it's a very interesting film.
The ends justifying the means kind of thing.
Exactly. Like, because you've been given the extra context. Like, if we were just introduced to this film where he's just a guy holding a hospital hostage, he'd be like, yo, like, what the fuck type shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, very good film. Very good film. I think it's it's definitely pulls on the heartstrings a lot. You know what I mean? The love of a father type shit. You know what I mean? And just that whole element and what, you know, a parent is willing to do for the sake of their kid. Again, I think you get enough actiony stuff in there where there are like, it drives the film forward. It's not just one of those like slow films. It kind of drives it a bit forward a bit at times. And yeah, man, like it's definitely a good watch. Another one I'd recommend to anyone who just wants to watch like a good film. John Q. All right, so that was my number 8. Number 7, I have The Bone Collector. Yeah, I went like back to like his old catalog. Like, you had that one.
I ain't seen that one. No, I ain't seen that one.
Oh shit! All right, do you want me to give a synopsis, like spoilers and that? It's a 99 film. It's like an older film.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Synopsis of him.
The synopsis of it is basically. Hold on, let me make sure it's the right film before I fucking got the wrong one. Yeah, so what it basically is he's a detective and he's hunting like a murderer in it. But it's like a murderer who he's posing as like a taxi driver, and he abducts like a particular woman, and that person's played by Angelina. I'm trying to say it without like spoiling and shit. That person's played by Angelina Jolie, and basically he's hunting down like. Wait, hold on, because I'm just reading this. Is this the same film? Hold on. No, I'm lying. That's a completely different film I was describing. That's not the same film at all. This film I have actually seen though, but this one, Angelina Jolie is also a detective, but she's like the junior detective to Denzel Washington's detective, and they're hunting a murderer, and the murderer is basically leaving like clues, but the clues are like, it'll be a piece of somebody's bone type shit. So like in the scene where someone gets killed, they're like either like the victim will have a part of their bone removed or like one of their bones, and like, but the way that it will be done, like the bone might be left like 30 yards over there, but there's a significant reason why. So they're trying to figure out this like clue that is like, it's like breadcrumbs type shit. So yeah, that's another one of those that's like a thriller. It's like it's got some twists and turns in it, like unexpected things. Like, yeah, that's a good film. Sorry, I was describing something completely different, but that The Bone Collector is still a good film though. So I'm gonna keep that one there where it was. Number 6. I've got Flight.
Yeah, Flight. I've got Flight too.
Yeah. Flight. Another really, really good film. A film that on paper really shouldn't be that interesting. A pilot gets drunk, lands a plane, and then has like a case about it. Like, in theory, that's not an interesting premise. Like, you know what I mean? That's not. If someone just told you, like, let's go see this film, what's the film about? Like, yeah, this guy is like a pilot, but he drinks in it. So then, like, he lands a plane, but he's drunk. So then, like, he's got to go to a hearing about it and shit. Like, yeah. Like, my nigga, I don't want to go see that shit. That sounds like a documentary. Like, I don't want to go see that shit. But the film itself is a very good film.
Yeah.
Like, not even a thing like that, but like a surprisingly good film. Like, I enjoyed that film a lot more than I thought I would do when I first watched it. Like, just how, again, we were introduced to like this flawed character who we can see is flawed, but is a good person. Like, you can see just through the interactions they're having and stuff. This is a good person, but a flawed person. And it's the whole kind of element of, you know, being perfectly imperfect type shit. Where because of this person's flaw, it also enables them to have this amazing gifting to do things that other people can't do. So when like fucking he crash lands the plane and shit, and he ends up like saving bare people and that, it's like he only could kind of do that because of his inebriated state, but in the same way, that's the thing that caused him to have to like do the trial and that. Do you get what I mean? And it's like just how they tell the story of this guy that's clearly battling shit, and him going through the process of trying to justify himself, to kind of like blaming himself, to like, it's just a really, really good watch, man. Like, again, it doesn't sound interesting, but it's a very good film. Like, I've not met anyone who's watched the film that said that they didn't like the film. Do you get what I mean? Like,
nah, that's excellent as well.
Yeah. And again, when we go through your list, please give all your synopses and your thoughts and your notes. Like, you know what I mean? I know I'm just doing bare talking right now, but so number 5, I've got The Taking of Pelham 123. So, you know the same thing I mentioned to you earlier?
Yeah.
So that film is starring John Travolta. So it's Denzel Washington and John Travolta. And basically, John Travolta and his crew of henchmen essentially like hijack a train. It's a train robbery type thing. And Denzel Washington is like the train conductor, but not like Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, not like that. I mean, like in the fucking the controller. Yeah, like he's in the control room. They got all the digital shit there, whatever. And it's basically like it's a similar type of concept, not the same, but a similar type of concept as like Phone Booth, the whole like hostage speaking to the guy type shit. They have a lot of that in the film. Again, you get a bit of action in there. John Travolta, who I have to say, man, he's such a weird guy, because he's somebody who just seems so unlikable. But there is some shit he does where I'm like, he was really good in that. Like, it's a weird thing, because he's done some things that have been fucking terrible. I know we're talking about the Denzel film, right? Denzel shit right now, but I have to talk about this film. There is a movie on Amazon, and it's called I Am Wrath. Hold on. I have to go in this one. Hold on. I Am Wrath. John Yes, this fucking film, bro. I Am Wrath is on Amazon. If you have got a couple hours to kill, I think it's like an hour something, it's not a long film, just do yourself a favor and just watch this film. This is one of the worst pieces of shit films I've ever seen in my life, bro. So it's old John Travolta, yeah, who's clearly older than the character is supposed to be, because they have a wig on this nigga that is ungodly, bro. It's an ungodly wig that's on this nigga throughout the whole film. From the very first scene, the first thing I said, I was like, yo, look at this nigga headpiece, fam. Like, look at his hair, bro. Did they expect me to watch the shit with this nigga hair looking like this? So anyway, that's the first thing, yeah. And he basically like... Again, I won't spoil it because things, but if you just want to, you know, I was talking about the Equalizer film and how they made it like make sense in the film, how this old guy is beating up these clearly younger, stronger, fitter people, but they made it make sense. I Am Wrath, it does not make sense, bro. because you're clearly looking at a man who is not throwing punches or kicks or moving his body in a way that's doing any harm to anybody, but yet people are falling. Bro, it's so bad. It is such a bad movie, bro. It is such a bad movie, bro. It's so bad that it's good. Do you ever got like shit like that? Something that's just so bad that you can just sit and just laugh at it, bro. It's such a bad film, bro. Like, honestly, sorry. Quick segue. But yeah, quick one. The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. John Travolta's in that, and I think I really liked him in that film. I really liked him in that film. Again,
great performance.
We could even do a John Travolta one of these, bro. Like that would be wavy, fam. But like, even him in one of the best things I've seen him in, outside again of like the Tarantino shit, is I don't know if you've seen The People versus O.J. Simpson, that miniseries.
Nah.
John Travolta plays one of the lawyers. Shapiro. He plays Shapiro. Brother, fucking bodied, fam. Bodied, bro. And it's just, that's what I'm saying. He's a weird one because I've seen him in dog shit movies, bro. I've seen him where he's the worst actor on camera, and I've seen him in other shit where he just kills it. Like it's weird, fam. It's weird. But yeah. Anyway, again, The Taking of Pelham, John Travolta and Denzel Washington. Again, John Travolta's crew, they are robbing a train, and it's just kind of how that all unfolds and how Denzel's character deals with that. There's obviously a plot twist about Denzel Washington's character's history and shit. Like, good watch. Another good watch. Another good watch. All right, so we're closing up to the top 4 now. So at number 4, I've got American Gangster.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah. The story of Frank Lucas. Again, Denzel Washington's character, Frank Lucas, is a drug dealer from, was it Brooklyn? One of them boroughs, but from New York, basically. This is back in like, what are we talking about? Like the 80s, the 70s, like what?
70s?
Around that kind of time, innit?
Yeah.
And he's not like a fucking like Cat Williams pimp suit type drug dealer. It's like very sophisticated, very low key, very about the business. And his whole thing, like, to begin with, it was like, we just doing this for the money. We're not here for no violent shit, no dumb shit. We're going to dress respectfully and carry ourselves respectfully. And we're just here to get this money. But as the film unfolds, obviously more things come up. Like he puts his hand more into the violent shit. And it's the story of that. Do you get what I mean? And again, I think in terms of one of his most iconic films, I think when a lot of people think of Denzel Washington, like American Gangster,
they probably think
I won't say it's the first film they think of, but I think it would definitely be one of the first. It's one of his most iconic ones that he's done. Like, definitely worth a watch. On the rewatch, I think the film is slower than it needs to be. I think there are definitely parts that they spend too much time on, where it's like, okay, we understand what's going on here. We don't need to watch this now happen for the next 15 minutes. Like, we've got what's happening here. I think there's like a lot of parts like that in the film. It's a very slower paced film. You know what I mean? But still, a very, very good watch. Like a very good watch. Number 3.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to make an executive call right now. I'm actually going to switch my number 3 and my number 2. I'm actually going to switch it. So my new number 3. So my new number 3 is Malcolm X.
Malcolm X.
Again, I haven't actually seen that film for a long time. I haven't watched that in a while. But another one of those iconic role. If I have to explain the story of Malcolm X to you, then you've got way other podcasts that you need to be listening to than this one. You know what I mean? Like, just quick Google search. You know what I mean? But essentially, Denzel Washington is playing Malcolm X, and it follows the story of Malcolm X, essentially. Again, iconic. Although it's an older film, I still do feel like it's one of his most not just iconic, but I think it's one of the most important films that he's done.
Yeah.
In terms of just when you look back on what you have done and what you've left in the world, like,
Bro,
I know for myself, first watching that film, that was the first time I really kind of got to see Malcolm X's story played out like that. Do you get what I mean? Like, you hear this name and you see the picture and the famous picture of him with the rifle at the window. Like, my mum had that picture in the yard growing up, you know what I mean? Like, and it was just a picture that was there. Like, it just kind of became a part of the furniture. But like, seeing that film played out and the journey and the story of it, like, it was like, shit, man. Like, this dude was an important dude. Do you get what I mean? So yeah, I think the reason I swapped it just then is because, as good and as important as I think the film is, I don't think the film itself is a great film, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think it's great because of what it is. But if we just, if Malcolm X isn't a real person and they just insert another name and another cause or whatever, and you're just judging it in terms of story narrative and how you shoot a movie, I don't think it's the best film. But I love it because it's an important film. Do you get what I mean? It's a very important film for people to have, to be able to go back to and look to. Like, it's an important one. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is my number 3. The number 2, so the swap that I made out, that I moved to number 2 instead of number 3, is The Book of Eli. The Book of Eli.
That's
one of the most groundbreaking films that I've seen. Like, and again, what's great about it is the premise isn't, or more so, the concept isn't that difficult to understand. Also, although it's a very deep concept when you really think about it, it's very deep. But they've created it in such a way where it's very digestible. And so again, for anyone who doesn't know, the Book of Eli follows this guy Eli, who's played by Denzel Washington. And it's kind of set in, like, would you call it like a post-apocalyptic type of thing?
Yeah.
Like,
type of side, yeah.
Imagine like Mad Max type shit. Like that type, like post-apocalyptic,
Mad Max
like
Wild West.
Yeah, like desert wasteland type shit, like that type of like a thing. But it's clearly a time in the future, not a time in the past. And this guy, we meet this guy on this journey, who's by himself. He's, just walking, doing his thing. We meet this guy on this journey, who seems, I don't want to say harmless, but he's clearly not looking for trouble. He just seems like a traveler, someone who's just traveling type.
Going about his business.
He comes across a young lady who seems to be in some sort of distress, and at first he's not really kind of trying to check for Shorty, innit? He kind of just looking at her type shit. But then he goes over and turns out, obviously, Shorty's with like a crew of bandits and they set this nigga up, so they were gonna like rob and kill this nigga type shit.
Yeah.
And he see them and he don't seem startled, he don't seem alarmed, afraid, but he don't seem angry or like tense or nothing. He just kind of looking at him, he's like, yo, listen, you lot should allow it. Like, you lot should allow it. Honestly, I'm just trying to go to where I'm going. I don't want no issues with y'all. But really, you lot should allow it. Like, you should allow it, innit? Obviously, they're not going to allow it. They're like, bro, like, fuck allowing it, bro. Like, you know what I mean? So they come at this nigga, and then all of a sudden, he turned into Shinobi Force number 5. Like, he start going crazy, bro. Cutting man, blading man up. Like, he start going mad. So we introduced, like, oh, shit. Like, his
hand in it.
Blood jumped off the guy hand, like, fucking. So we're like, you're watching this now, like, oh shit, he's about it, fam. Like, he's a guy, bro. Like, so he fuck up the whole shit, whatever. Again, I'm not gonna tell the whole film, but the concept is that because there's like a girl that he meets in the film, right? And like, yeah, like she kind of becomes like his travel buddy because there's like this weird like town that this guy kind of runs, and like her and her mum are like kind of in some weird servitude type situation, like where they can't leave, but he's trying to like flirt with her and shit, but she don't want him, but if I leave he's gonna kill her mum type shit. So the mum ends up getting killed anyway, so she ends up leaving with Denzel Washington, like, fuck this, bro, I'm out, I want to dip, like, da-da-da-da-da. They get into some shit, and they realize that this guy, Denzel Washington, is carrying this very important book, and I don't think they illicitly say the Bible at any point in the film. I don't think they say that, but they make it very clear that the book that they're talking about is the Bible. They make it very clear that that's the book they're talking about. Obviously the film goes on. I won't tell the twist. I think I'm revealing too much about the film. I won't tell the twist, but the twist brings the whole story full circle, and the whole story is essentially, as long as you follow your path, the universe only works one way, and as long as you do what you're supposed to do, you can only succeed. Once you decide that you have a mission and you're going to accomplish it, it doesn't matter whether you know how you're going to do it. It doesn't matter if you know when you're going to do it. It doesn't matter if you know how long it's going to take. It doesn't matter. Once you know you've got a mission, you're going to accomplish it, and you set your entire life on that mission, the only option you have is to accomplish it. There's no other option. And the film basically explores that in different ways, where there are obstacles that he comes up against that he shouldn't really come out favorably, but he does. Because the cool thing that I think they do in the film is, like, they clearly show that he about some shit, but he's not like Superman. He's not like immortal. But then there's certain elements where he kind of does some kind of superpower-esque type shit. But then there's other parts where he's just like flesh and blood, like a mortal man. And like they kind of, they don't really give away too much. But again, the whole premise is kind of like like I just said about ignorance before, like the universe is protecting him because he's on the journey that he's been given to go on type shit. Very good film. Like very, 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 very good film. Like The Book of Eli. Again, when I watched it and really just deeped the whole concept of the shit, it was like, yeah, because if you just watch it as just like, say, an action film, it's still a good film. Even if you don't want to like get into the whole deeper side of it, it's still just a good film. But like the undertone to it, I think, is just really good. And again, the plot twist with his character and the book, and do you get what I mean? Because it's like, oh shit, bro, like
work both ways from
like where the living word. Do you get what I mean? It's like people get caught up in the books and the physics, like where the living word type shit. It's like, yeah, it's very good film, man. Like if you haven't seen The Book of Eli, you should definitely go and watch that shit. And my number one, I don't have a drum roll, but you know, drum roll here. But my number one film I've got, and I've ranked this in order as well, has to be, fam. There's no other film it can be. What am I gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say. It has to be Trinity. It has to be, bro. Like it has to be, bro. Like what else could it be, fam? What else could it be? Like Lorenzo, bro. Like, bro. Like to me personally, in terms of a character being portrayed on film, that's the best character Denzel has done in a film, to me personally. I've never seen a character that I've believed in more in a Denzel film than that one, bro. Because again,
to be fair,
he's the bad guy, but you fucking like him, dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, great film, man. Great film.
You like him until, like, you see, actually, man's the bad guy. And then he starts exhibiting bad guy behaviors.
And even how he did that, like even how in the film, how at the beginning he's just so likable, he's the cool guy, like you want him on your side type shit. And even just how his character develops and how he becomes so unlikable by the end. type shit. It's like, even just as an actor to portray that, like, he absolutely killed that shit, man. The white dude in that film. Yeah, the white dude in the film as well. I can't remember his name, but he bodied his performance. Like the scene with the essays, bro. Fucking hell, bro. You ever had your shit pushed back, Holmes? I had my shit pushed back, Holmes. Fam.
Yeah, that's
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, no, like homophobic shit, but I'm pulling a Glock out. That pause. Yo. Pause, man. Did you hear what he just said? Bruh. But I'm pulling a gun out at that point, fam. Like, do you see the way that man tensed himself up and said, "Got your shit pushed back"? Like, nah. I ain't fucking with y'all again, fam. No. I ain't playing these passive aggressive games with you, like the girl with Will and Ben in it. Like, I'm not playing these passive aggressive games with you, nigga. Like, no way.
Nah. You good, my boy. You good.
That nigga said, "You ever got your shit pushed back, Holmes?" It's like, yeah, man. When I was in jail, all the homies get their shit pushed back. I said, what? Nah, nigga, I'm out of here. I don't give a fuck where Lorenzo is from. I don't give a fuck what he's doing. I'm out of it. You know what? All you niggas is under arrest. Fuck that. All you niggas is under arrest, bro. You going to jail, bro, just for saying that to me, bro. Like, what? Oh, why shit.
That's insane, fam.
Because
that's super crazy, fam.
Because imagine your first day, you fucking on the Nat division, right? But again, the guy you rolling with, for the best part, he kind of like a street nigga, but he just a cop, but he like a street nigga, innit? So he move around like a street nigga, like he a street nigga, he just a cop type shit. And you moving around this guy trying to tell you, like, listen out here, man, you gotta move proper, you know what I mean? Don't stick close to me. You get what I mean? I'm gonna look after you and shit, you know what I mean? We gonna da. But yo, fam, you ever smoke Sherm, fam? What? Sherm? Yeah, PCP, juice. PCP. Why go, man? Come on, shit. You gotta smoke this shit, man. It's like, I'm not smoking that, dude. I'm not gonna smoke that. And that nigga pulled the whip over, fucking in the middle of traffic, pulled the whip over and pulled a gun out on that nigga. That blood? If I was a drug dealer, you'd be dead right now, nigga. Nigga offer you some shit, you gotta smoke that shit, bro. The fuck you talking about, bro? And he's like, oh shit, you serious? All right, damn, all right. All right, fine, cool. Hit that shit, bro. Fucking hit that shit. Later on in the film, he come back and be like, yeah, you remember you smoked that shit, dog? Like, I'm gonna tell them that you was high on the joke, bro. Like, I'm gonna tell them, fam, I didn't smoke that shit. Nigga, that was you, nigga.
He said, ain't nobody have a gun to your head.
Blood, ain't nobody put no gun to your head. Like, fam, even when they go to the Connect's crib in it, and where like Dr. Dre and the other guy come into it and shit. And even just how, like, they fucking line the guy up and that. It's like, all right, bro, listen, he resisted arrest. We came in from this way, you know what I mean? He had to get shot. And yo, Lucky, yeah, you're going to have to take one, fam. So, like, yo, all right, brace up, bro. All right, cool. Just make sure you hit the fucking bulletproof, bro. Please, fam, please, just hit that shit. And Hoyt just stood there like, bro, what the fuck are you, man, doing, bro? What the fuck is happening, fam? And Dr. Dre's like, yo, we should just kill this nigga too, fam. Fuck now, bro. He gonna snitch, bro. These are all police officers, by the way, like, to keep in mind. Dr. Dre like, nigga, he gonna snitch, bro. Fuck that. We should ice him too. And Den's like, nah, he cool, man. He cool. You cool, right? You cool, right? Shit, man, it's just part of the job. It's just part of the job, man. Just part of the job. Fam, and again, yeah, like, when he takes him to the Mexican's yard, bro, and he's like, yo, listen, got a couple things I need to do, bro. You know what I mean? Stick around there 2 seconds. You know, I gotta bring some food over and shit, you know what I mean? Gotta sort something out. Listen, I'll be right back. Yeah, just chill with these man for a little bit. And Hoyt keep looking at the door like... And my man with the mustache was like, "He ain't coming back, Holmes. Like, he's gone, man." No, he said he'd be right back. Really? You see his car outside? You see his car outside? Like, he gone, man. Like, nigga, he set you up for the wet you up, my nigga. Like, what are you talking about, bro? But like again, another one thing that is dumb in that film, in that scene, is like how they talk him into giving them his gun. You would never do that, bro. You would never do that, fam. And I get like he was like nah at first, but they were like nah, fuck that, bro. Just let me see it. I just want to see it, bro. It's like even taking the bullets. I was like, nigga, you just get this nigga your only source of defense, but like nah, you know what I mean? But nah, man, Denzel in Training Day, because I think that was like the first time he played like a bad guy like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like to that degree type shit. Because he's usually the hero, like the antagonist. Like, you know what I mean? It usually follows his character usually do some like self-sacrifice shit. This is the first time like he really played like a dirtbag. Do you get what I mean? Like just a piece of shit who seems like the greatest guy in the world, but you're a piece of shit, bro. You know what I mean? So, so yeah, that's my top 10 anyway. My top 10.
Yeah,
so.
to be fair, that's probably man's best performance.
Say that again, sorry, bro.
I said that's probably his best performance on screen from.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. Like he did that, bro. He did that. He did that. Bro. Like even the end where he knew it was up for him and shit in it. Like even just man got the cigarette out and like man, he killed that shit.
What a day!
What a day!
What a day!
When he runs down Snoop Dogg in the fucking wheelchair and shit, but like, blood, like because it just again we had never seen Denz in like that kind of like a character, but it just suited him so well, bro. It was like, fuck, how have you not done this before? It was like that type shit. It was like, how have you not done this before? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Nah, Trading Day, like again, you knew what I was gonna say before I said it, bro. Like, there's just not another film that I can put in his catalog next to that one, bro. Like, yeah, that one bodies still. Yeah. So, Will, I'm gonna pass over to you. If you want to put them in an order while you're doing them, you can do. If not, then
I mean, I'll put it like this. The ones that I have that are different, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 that are different, or like that you didn't include.
I do have honorable mentions as well, but you go.
Start with He Got Game.
Which one is that?
The one where I think hold on. Let me pull up the synopsis again.
'98.
Yeah. A convict tries to convince his estranged star basketball player son to go to college so that the convict's prison term can be reduced in exchange. So basically, what's his name? Ray Allen is this kid that's like, he's like a prodigy, basically, like a basketball prodigy. And he, I guess, doesn't really care and all that. He's like, whatever.
Probably from the hood type shit, like.
Yeah.
Right.
And he called Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Say that again.
So they called. He called Jesus Shuttlesworth in the thing.
Right.
And then Denzel is like his old man, Jake Shuttlesworth.
Right.
But yeah, like he basically just trying to like tell him like, yo, you could like be a star, do you know what I mean? And then basically in the end, man listens, he does his thing, and he like signs for some team in the NBA and shit, and then they have the whole like, it's
like come up with type
like shit. Like without obviously like saying too much, basically.
Yeah, so I can assume it's probably like the father-son kind of dynamic, right?
It sounds really like thing, but it's like it's really good for even like the Ray Allen geezer, fam. For someone who's not an actor, fam, he played that character like a motherfucker, fam.
Right.
Like, yeah, that shit was good, fam. It was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
Yeah, nah, fair enough, man. Okay. Nah, he got game. All right. Big up to that.
Yeah, and I had Man on Fire. Again,
Man on Fire, that was in my honorable mentions. Yeah,
he's like a detective. Am I getting that right? He's like a detective, and then
yeah. That's the one with the white little white girl.
He's entrusted with the responsibility of. Oh yeah. And the girl goes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really good film. I'll be honest with you. I did hate Dakota Fanning, whatever her name is. I did hate her in that film. Like, this will sound bad.
You did?
Yeah, like, as I have a thing about kid actors in it. Like, I think most kid actors are terrible because they're kids, so they can't really act that well.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? But like, she's like an old woman, but she's a kid. Like, I hate seeing her on screen, bro. Like, when she was a kid, she would just take me out of any film that she was in. Because it's like, yo, who is this old lady kid bitch? Like, who is this bitch? That's, like, have you ever seen her in, what's the film with Tom Cruise? Is it World War Z, or is that the Brad Pitt one?
That's Brad Pitt, I think.
There's one with Tom Cruise. It's like the end of the world type shit. Fucking hell. 1 sec. Let me try and find it. Tom Cruise. War of the Worlds. That one. I watched that War of the Worlds shit, bro. I never rooted for a kid to die more in a film than watching that film, bro. Like, because like he's like a single dad type shit, and his kids just don't respect him in it. Like, his kids just don't rate him at all, Tom Cruise. And like, this bitch in the film is just talking to him the whole film like he's just a dickhead, bro. But she's a kid. But the way she's talking to him is like an adult blood, and it's like no kid would talk like this. But like, kids don't talk like this. Even if you don't rate, man, you don't talk like this. But like, oh man, fucking dude. But yeah, she was in Man on Fire as well in it. So yeah. Okay, so
another like really cool like action. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like cool seeing like a bad guy being like, haha, I don't know who you are, but I will find you.
Yeah.
It's cool. Like solid performance as usual. Do you know what I mean? Man never disappoints. It's like a saying about whatever family you must just only accept shit that's like, I'll smash that.
Yeah, for real.
Otherwise,
I mean, to be fair,
how it is,
there are some older films, and there was this one film I came across months ago. Hilarious, bud. It's called, was it like All the Queen's Men or The Queen's Service or something? 1 sec. I'm going to find it right now. It's an old film. You would have probably never seen this shit, bro. Like, you would have never seen this shit. For Queen and Country. That's what this shit's called. It's from 1988, yeah. And it's him, and he's supposed to be like a guy from London, and it's Denzel Washington doing the worst English accent you've ever heard in your life. It's so bad, bro. It's such a bad English accent for him. But it's like, again, you would never have seen this film, bro. Like, I was literally just trolling on fucking Amazon Prime, just looking for like Denzel films one time, and before we even did this shit. And because I can't remember, I think, again, me and my girl was here, and we're talking like, yo, I wonder if he's ever like acted with any like British actors that we kind of like think. So we're like looking at shit, and we seen this thing. It's like, yo, wait, it says here that the character's from England, bro, but it's Denzel Washington. I was like, nah, fuck that. Put this on, bro. Because if this nigga's talking like Top Boy, fam, I need to hear this shit, bro. Like, fuck that. And it is the worst English accent you'll hear, bro. It's so bad. It's so bad. So I don't want to say that like he doesn't do shit that's like not good, but a lot of the things he, especially when he became like him in it, like a lot of this shit is just so perfect for like for him. Do you know what I mean? Even like as an older actor and that, like it's just so on point type shit. Like,
yeah.
Sorry, carry on. I interrupted you.
Shit. I forgot what I was going to say now. What was I at?
You said Man on Fire.
Oh, Man on Fire. Yeah, so yeah, you gotta find the kidnapped little girl, and then Liam Neeson, kicking ass, shooting a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Some real shit from.
Yeah.
Then I got Inside Man.
I think I've seen that one. I think I've seen that one. Hold on, let me just pull it up.
Basically, a group of highly organized criminals basically hold a bank hostage, and Denzel Washington is the negotiator, basically. And these criminals, basically,
yes,
blah blah, and then they make all the I don't know, whatever, the kidnappees wear like the same outfit as them. And,
yeah.
And
Denz is the cop in it.
Yeah, and they all trying to figure it out and shit. And basically it's like a chess game of wits between him and the main like robber guy.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. And
that is a good film. Yeah, that's again another one, like you said, it's like full of twists. It's like detective
the
type
twist
shit.
Of that is epic, fam.
It's mad in it. It's mad in it. It's mad in it.
I was impressed, fam.
Yeah, it's a very, very good film. Very, very good film.
They built a whole thing, fam. That's what they were doing. God damn.
Very, very, very good film. Yeah. I didn't even put that on there, to be fair, but yeah, that can definitely get in there. All right. So from there.
Oh, one more. Remember the Titans.
Oh, that is a good film. Yeah. I didn't put it on my list, and I would maybe argue it. I don't know about top 10, but it is a very good film.
You didn't put it in the top 10? You got everything, fam. You know what I mean?
I feel like there are 10 Denzel Washington films better than it. Like, I feel like there are 10 films better than it. Like, I do. But I don't want to say that, like, it's not a good film, because it's a very good film. Like, it is. So if you want that in the top 10 list, fair enough. Like, I can make peace with that, because it is a good film, but I don't know. It might be the rich food. You know what I mean?
But it's also like the historical significance of the shit. You know what I mean? I think the fact that was like an actual series of events that actually did take place for real.
Yeah, so like, just give a synopsis. Obviously, like just listening.
So, in somewhere in the south of America, I think. South of America, right?
Yeah.
It's high school, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a high school team.
Yeah, so like a high school American football team get a black coach, Denzel Washington. And then, obviously, on the team, like, he has selected a bunch of players, and they're all like black and white. So basically gets these two groups of players basically to like each other, basically, and look beyond the whole race thing and actually have a bond. Do you know what I mean? So that when they get to it, they actually play together and shit and play for each other so that they can win and shit. It's dope and very dope.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, it's like for myself, when I think about it, it's kind of like a similar critique to the Malcolm X thing. I think it's an important film. I think it's an important film for what it represents and the story it's telling and shit. But I don't think the film as just a film itself is a great film, if that makes sense.
No,
in terms of the story,
for that feel good, you know what I mean? There's a select few of films that I watched and they brought a little something in my eye, you know what I'm saying?
I get it. Like I'm saying, I do get it.
It's an uplifting story film.
Yeah. No, I get it. No, I hear you.
I don't know. Maybe.
Nah, I hear you. Because it does have the feel good factor, like you said, didn't it? It does have that feel good factor. I mean?
Yeah. I'm not trying to convince you, you know what I mean? But that's the reasons why I like that shit film.
Yeah, no, legit.
I think it's well paced.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's enough it always gives enough attention to all the shit. Do you know what I mean? That makes it let's say the whole issue of race and then how they themselves, the players, gotta deal with that shit, and then there'll be a section where it's all dealing with that, and it gives that enough time to develop, and you see it, and then it makes sense when in the next bit when they've you know what I'm saying, won a game or whatever, and they are together, some shit goes down because people look at these guys, blah blah, all that type of shit, and then that set the stage for the next bit. That was good. Well paced.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Feel good.
I hear you.
Strings.
It's not the most complex film. It's not the most crazy storyline or anything. But I hear you. I hear you. Okay, what have you got after that one?
I think that was it. To be fair, because you had mentioned all the other ones.
Right.
Included all them ones in mind too.
Okay, so read back a list of all of the ones, including the ones I said and the ones that you've got. Because what I want us to try and do is actually try and put these in an order now.
Yeah, so I mean, mine again is not in any particular order. There's The Equalizer, He Got Game, Man on Fire, Training Day, which again was another one that we both had. Malcolm X, another one. Book of Eli, another one. And Remember the Titans, Inside Man, American Gangster, and Flight.
Okay. Out of all of those, what would you put as number 10? Or do you want to work from the top down? Would that be easy, do you think?
I think, top down still.
Okay. Because I would put Training Day number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Agreed.
So
We'll
put Training Day number 1. All right. Training Day. What would you have as the number 2 on that list?
Book of Eli.
I'm in the same. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. Book of Eli. Great film. Cool. Number 3.
American Gangster, I'd say.
American Gangster?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah,
I'd
yeah.
say that.
To be fair, yeah. Looking at it, yeah, I can go with that. I can go with that. Cool. Number 4.
I would number 4.
As I'm actually looking at this list now that I'm speaking to you, I think if I was to do the list again, I think Malcolm X would be much lower than it is. Again, not because it's a bad film, but when I'm comparing it to the other films, it's, you know what I mean? Like, because number 4,
Yes.
I would potentially put Flight.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
4 also feels a bit too high.
A
Do you know
little
what I
bit.
mean?
Maybe take the Pelham 1, 2, 3 at 4.
Have you seen that
Or
film?
is that being a bit biased? Yeah.
Because I do like that film, but that also feels high. Like, I don't know, like, because I'm looking at it now, and I had Malcolm X as 3 and American Gangster as 4, but not like having American Gangster 3, Malcolm X feels like 4 feels too high now that I'm looking at it. But look at the rest of the list. Yeah, because the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, that is good, but is it better than Flight? I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Nah. Yeah,
Flight. Yeah. Because I'm trying to look. I'm looking at I'm trying to think like which one of these is better than Flight, just in totality. And it's like some of them might be better in some reasons, but as a whole thing, 5.
I'll say Malcolm X, I reckon.
Malcolm. Yeah, I think that could float around there. That seems more reasonable now looking at it and speaking to you. That seems more reasonable. Like, yeah. Okay, I can put Malcolm X in there. Number 6.
Number 6.
Because I'm kind of between the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 and Inside Man. I think I would probably say Inside Man. I think like the Inside Man is almost like, again, I know it's not the same film, but it's almost kind of like a better version of the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
More like intricate. It's a bit
more, that's a better word. That's a better word. It's a more intricate version of it, innit? Like the kind of negotiator and hostage type thing in it. Like, it's a lot more kind of thought out than I think the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. I think that was just kind of like 2 people like having like their wits, like having like a wit off, like who's gonna break first
like
type
a
shit.
battle of wits.
Yeah. Okay. If you're cool for it, I'll put the Inside Man as 6, or Inside Man, sorry, as 6. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Number 7.
I guess the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it seems only fair, right? But okay, hold on. Is the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 better than Deja Vu?
Conceptually, no. Oh man.
Because again, it's weird when you think about it, right?
It feels low to put it like past.
It feels weird, doesn't it? It feels like it should be higher, but when I'm actually thinking about, like, is it better than John Q? Maybe.
There could be a case.
Maybe. Because again, when you think about John Q in totality, although a lot happens, not that much really happens when you think about it. Okay, no.
Yeah,
okay.
true.
All right, back to Deja Vu. Is Pelham 1, 2, 3 better than Deja Vu? Again, conceptually, it's not. I definitely think that Deja Vu is more intricate. I think the story is better.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something that's making Pelham 1, 2, 3 better than Deja. I'm trying to think of something, but when I actually think of the film,
I don't know.
It's like, yeah. I think it might be Deja Vu, you know, fam. Again, like, if you agree, I think it might have to be, though, fam. Like, okay.
You know, I can agree with that. I can see that.
Okay. Number 8.
I would say. Number 8.
Because there's the Equalizer, there's Man on Fire, there's John Q, there's the Bone Collector, the Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Like, there's another film I didn't mention as well, which is a good film, Safe House. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Oh damn, yeah, that's
Safe
also
House.
really cool as well.
Put that in the honorable mentions. Like, maybe not top 10, but I do think that's a really good film, though. Like, that's a really good film.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
With Ryan Reynolds in it. Yeah.
Hey man, listen, I'm gonna say so this is 8, yeah?
8.
Equalizer.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, bro? I thought you were gonna say Pelham, and I was gonna make the argument for the Equalizer, bro. That was gonna be the first one I was gonna go to. Like, I was gonna say, is it a better film than the Equalizer, bro? Because when I think about it, I don't think it is. But see, this is weird because I really enjoyed Pelham 1, 2, 3. Like, I really enjoyed the film.
Yeah,
it's a really good film, and I put it number 5 on my list. But now again, we're talking about it and shit, and you're actually thinking about it. It's like, oh shit, now, bro. Like, yeah, Equalizer. Fuck that. Like, I don't care what anyone says. I'm so glad that you felt the same. I'm so glad, bro, because I came on here prepared to have to defend it, bro. I'm so glad that you fuck with that film because I think it's really good, bro. I think it's really good film. I like that shit, man. Alright, that's number 8. Number 9.
Oh, at number 9. Damn. Man on Fire.
Is Man on Fire better than The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3? You know what? You know what?
It could be argued, fam.
It might be, you know.
It could be argued, fam. Yeah.
You know what? Because I don't like that film personally, but I don't like it because of Dakota Fanning. Like, I just don't like her. But the film itself is good. Denzel's character is good. Film, like, ooh,
yeah.
It might be Man on Fire, you know. I can't believe Pelham's dropped like this, bro. This is like Arsenal in 2014 or whatever it was, but like, I can't believe it dropped on the table like this. Oh shit. Man on Fire, yeah, it has to. All right, is Man on Fire better than John Q?
Personally, to me, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I wasn't going to make an argument for it. I just throwing the question out there. Yeah. Is it better than The Bone Collector, or did you say you hadn't seen that one?
I haven't seen that one.
Okay. No, I think Man on Fire is a safe bet. I think Man on Fire is a safe bet. good action film, good story. Like, yeah.
Awesome.
And number 10.
At 10, jeez.
Because now that I'm thinking about it, bro, Safe House might be better than Taking a Fellow.
Oh, yeah. Safe House.
Safe House might be, I think Safe House is better than it, bro. I think it is. I'm making an argument for Safe House. If you've got any film that you think is better than that, please say. Looking at it now, I'm making the argument for Safe House.
I think you might could be right, fam. I think you might could be right, actually.
Oh, Pelham drops completely out the top 10. Jeez. Jeez, that's crazy. That's a twist of events, bro. I had it at 5, bro. I had it at 5.
Losing points, fam.
Fucking hell. I had it at 5, bro. Shit. Alright, so let me get all the production value and shit. So let's drum the show properly. So we're gonna do the countdown. What we decide is top 10 Denzel Washington films, yeah, in order, starting at 10. So 10, we're going with Safe House.
Yeah. Great movie.
With number 9, we go with Man on Fire.
Great movie.
Yeah. Number 8, The Equalizer.
Again. Great movie.
Great films. Number 7, we've gone for Deja Vu. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Great movie.
Great film. Crept up the table. I had it 9 originally, but it's crept up the table.
Yeah.
Definitely crept up.
Made its way up a bit.
Number 6, and I didn't even have it listed originally, but number 6, strong performance, Inside Man. Great film. Great film.
Performance.
Very, very good film. Yeah. Very good film. Number 5, we have Malcolm X.
Amazing.
Again, another really, really, really good film. Like, worth the watch. It's a longer film, but definitely worth the watch, man. Definitely worth it.
For real.
Number 4, we have Flight. Again, another one that is just a very good film to watch and just see how the story unfolds. Like, it's, very good shit. We in the top 3 now, top 3 business, Champion League spots and that. So, at number 3, we have American Gangster. Yeah,
strong performance.
At number 2,
quite high on the table as well.
Yeah, I had that one at 4 on my list, so it's ended at 3. So that makes sense. And number 2, we got The Book of Eli. Another one that again, you can't really place that. If that was lower than 4 on anyone's list, I'd be concerned. Like, that's that's top echelon shit. Like, that's a top echelon film that he's done. Like,
top tier.
Yeah. And speaking of top tier and top echelon, we have arrived at our number 1 Denzel Washington film of all time. And you know what it was already. I knew, Will knew, and you knew as well. That's right. We're talking about motherfucking Training Day. Yeah.
That's it, fam. Jake, I need my money, Jake. You think you can do this shit to me? Jake, I need my money, Jake. Shoot program, nigga. 23-hour lockdown.
Y'all want to do this shit to me? I run this shit, nigga.
I'm putting cases on every single one of you bitches.
Yeah.
I run shit here. Y'all just live here. Jake, I need my money, Jake.
No, fuck that. We have to pull it up now, right? You have to pull it up now, right?
You went in, fam.
Nah, absolutely crazy, bro. Like,
Man.
hold on, let me show the shit up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to play the whole music at this bit.
Nah, fam, this will be fine. It's a film, bro, innit? It's not music. I don't think they will license this one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, they will, fam. The movie shit, fam. They own that shit too.
Hey, first time who puts one in his head, I make you a rich man. Come on now. Who want to get paid? Who want to get paid? I like you. I learned today. I'm not like you. That's good, Jake. Glad to hear that.
That's good, Jake. I'm glad to hear that.
Huh? Shoot me. You gonna bust your cherry killing a cop? Hit me. You ain't never killed nobody before, have you? It ain't like stepping on ants, Jake. Takes a man to kill. I'm man enough to kill Jake. Get me right there.
Oh, this shit is so epic. I love this film, man.
Get me. Get me. You can't do it. Somebody drop this fool for me.
The nigga's like, hey, man. Nah.
Got put in your own work type shit, innit? Like.
You got us twisted, homie. You gotta put your own work in around here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that, boss? Like that.
Because they all hate this nigga,
Player.
Yeah.
I don't believe you shoot me, nigga. Don't do it. Don't do it. Now I don't believe you got that, Jake. Shit.
That's just a spark in a cigarette, but like.
Then I'm gonna get that money. And you ain't gonna do a damn thing. Because you ain't gonna shoot no cop in the back, are you? Don't do it. You know what they give you for that? The gas chamber. You know what the gas chamber smells like? Pine oil. That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven. I'm gonna get that gun. And then I'm gonna get that money. I don't believe you got it in you, Jake. I'm gonna go get it right now. Oh, shit!
You shot me in the ass!
You motherfucker! The next one will kill you. Oh, son of a bitch! You shot me in the ass! Okay. All right, look. So give me the money. Jake. Give me the money, please. Jake, give me that money! It's not gonna happen. Now you gonna take my own money from me? I told you that's my evidence. You wanna go to jail, you wanna go home.
Nah, nigga.
Give me the money, let me go home. Yeah. You wanna go home? Yeah, let me go home, James. Give me the money, let me go home.
Oh, that was even, I wanted the King Kong one. That was even the King Kong clip. I thought I was going to play the whole shit. Hold on. Nah. We getting the King Kong shit off, fam. Fuck that, bro. We ain't do this list so you're not going to hear that shit, bro. Come on, fam. Like.
I need my money, Jake.
Jake, go ahead and bounce on me. Get up out of here. We got your back. Like that. Oh, no, you didn't. Wait a minute. No, you
Wait a minute.
Hey, Jake!
Jake!
Jake! Jake! Jake! Come back here!
Jake!
Jake! You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jake! I need my money! Jake! Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay.
Okay.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Huh? You think you can do this shit? Jay!
Jay!
You think you can do this to me? You motherfuckers will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay when I get finished with you.
Get through with you.
Shoot program, nigga. 23-hour lockdown. I'm the man up in this piece. You'll never see the light of you. The fuck you think you fucking with? I'm the police. I run shit here. You just live here.
You just live here.
Yeah, that's right. You better walk away. Go and walk away, because I'm going to burn this motherfucker down. King Kong ain't got shit
on me. Man.
He got shit on me.
Man.
One more time, bro.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Oh, man.
He felt that shit, fam.
Oh, man.
He felt that shit with his whole chest, fam. Tapped it for good measure.
Shit. Oh, fuck. I'm winning anyway. I'm winning. I'm winning any motherfucking way. I can't lose. Shit, you can shoot me, but you can't kill me.
Yeah.
Oh, what a day. What a motherfucking day.
Oh, fucking greatness, man. Give it up for the GOAT. Give it up for the GOAT.
He did that, fam.
Yeah, no, he did that shit. Oh, wow, there's a voice in it. Alright, allow it.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, somebody bought at home, innit? But fuck all of that. Nah, again, Denz, brother.
Yeah, nah. Wow,
That shit was some crazy shit, dog.
Yeah, that was wild, fam.
Show program, nigga! 23-hour lockdown! You'll never see the light of day again! I run shit, yeah! You just live it! Who the fuck you think you fucking... Oh my god.
Police.
Oh, you motherfuckers from the Pelican Bay! When he said Pelican Bay like that, he felt that shit in his soul, nigga. He's like, nigga, all you man are going to jail, you pussy motherfuckers, fam.
I said, all you man will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay.
What shoe program? You know what a shoe program is in jail? How about making shoes in jail? He's like, you pussy motherfuckers, you gonna do this to me, bro? Do you know what I could do to y'all? Oh my god. It's just such an epic performance, bro. It's just such an epic performance. Like, because to me, I don't want to ever discredit like writers and shit like that. Like I know some of the writers are good in some shit, but certain shit, it's like that nigga had to have just said that, bro. Like a nigga couldn't have pre-written that shit. A nigga could have written that down and said, "Say this at this part scene." You know what I mean? King Kong ain't got shit on me. Like, I run shit here. You just live here, like, bruh. Like, just certain bars, bro. Like, that's what I love about like patois and shit. It's like certain things where someone will say that, I'll just like have you busting up. It's like, yo, somebody couldn't have written that for you to say. You just had to have said that in a moment, bro. Like certain shit. It's just the way that nigga said Pelican Bay, bro. He pronounced the whole P and the whole B, fam. Like spit flying out his mouth. Because he just trying to get his money to pay the Russians. It's like, he's like, and you niggas is doing this now. Now you niggas is doing this, but I'm going to put all of you niggas in jail. Like, oh my gosh, man. So yeah, that is the top 10.
Go ahead and bounce, homie. We got your back. Like that.
For real? Jay. Like that? Yes, like that.
Come back here, Jay.
Jay! Jay! Oh, you
I need my money, Jake.
motherfuckers. Oh, I'm going to put cases on all you bitches. Jake! because you still need Jake to come back with the money in it. Like, he's talking shit. But then you remember, like, oh, yo, shit, Jake got the money. Yo, come here, bro. And then go back to talking shit. And then go back, yo, Jake, fam, come here. Oh, it's just greatness, fam. It's just fucking greatness, fam. It's fucking greatness, bro. What a scene. What a scene. Oh, Will, that was fun, bro. That was fun. Round of applause for us. That was fun.
Yeah, that was dope.
I might have to add Jake into the fucking the soundboard, bro. I might have to add one of them shit into the
soundboard. Jake! You gotta put you motherfuckers.
That's what I've got to put in there. Yeah, you're right. You motherfuckers, you gonna do this shit to me? Like, that's what I've got to put in there, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna make a note of that shit, fam. Get the theme tune from the last episode and put that shit in the soundboard, bro. Fuck it all. Oh my gosh.
You motherfuckers.
Oh my gosh.
You can do this shit to me?
Yo, we playing basketball in Pelican Bay. 23-hour lockdown, nigga. Shoe program. You know what that's like? You'll never see the light of day. I'm the police up in this piece here. Jake. It's the Jake that kills me, bro. It's the Jake that killed me, bro. Oh, shit, man.
You shot me in my ass.
You motherfucker. You shot me in the ass. What a day. What a motherfucking day.
Oh, boy. That's
it's just one of those, you could just quote it, bro. It's just one of those films, in it. Like, that's it. You can tell like the quality of a film where you can just quote shit a character say, bro. Like,
hyper quotable film,
bro. Like,
yeah, nah.
There's what you know, and there's what you can prove. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Everybody put a gun to your head.
Hey, what you doing down here, man? What you doing in this part of town, man? Oh, you know, man, you ain't got no friends around here, man. Nobody around here is your friend, man. Why send your girlfriend uptown to the essay so they can run a train on her? Like, just talking reckless shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
God damn.
Man said, let me send your girlfriend up the road to the essay so they can run a train on the road. Because they was picking up weed, fam. Because they was picking up weed. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck it all.
Yeah, nah. Don't do that.
Yeah, not around him, bro. Not around him, fam. Yo, he's who Charleston White wants to be in it, like. He's who Charleston White thinks that he is in it, like. Just the baddest motherfucker fed nigga up on the earth, president. Huh?
Man said he had personal conversations with what's his name, Barack Obama.
Yeah, he says a lot of things, to be fair. He's a tricky one, man. He's a tricky one because he's openly said, don't believe anything that I say because all of this is just entertainment. Like, literally, this is all lies. I'm playing a character. All of it is bullshit. But then equally, there are a lot of things that he says that I think are quite poignant. But then he tends to lose me with some of the other shit. You know what I mean? Like, he tends to lose me with some of the extremes and that. Like, listening to him cuss niggas out online is one of the funniest things you can do. If you ever just bored one time, just go online, just listen to Charleston White beef somebody on Instagram Live or beef Whack 100 on Clubhouse. So, bro, just some of the most entertaining, ignorant nigga shit that you'll listen to, bro. Just ignorance at its finest and its purest, bro. Pure cocaine of ignorance, bro. Like, it's great, you know what I mean? But, like, yeah, he loses me with a lot of shit he's saying, though.
Sometimes the rhetoric is a bit mad.
Yeah, and it's like, again, I've watched a couple of his like shits in it. He said he's got this whole thing where he says he created this character as like a counterculture type thing. Like he wanted to take all the worst parts of like black people and show them that. And again, conceptually, I can't understand it. It's like an Uncle Ruckus type of thing, and I can't understand it. But it's just like, either be the character or be the guy that's actually saying something real. Because his whole thing is like, yo, like I really work with kids and I really and big up in it, like big up. Do you get what I mean? But it's like when you see man online, and it's because some of the shit he be talking is brazy, bro. He be talking some brazy, saying some very, very off color things. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, it's hard to, if I was trying to like bring up the discussion with somebody who maybe, it's kind of like a Kevin Samuels type of thing. It's like, there were a lot of points where, and you know, God bless him dead and shit, like where Kevin Samuels, like a lot of points he made were very valuable, poignant points that were worth exploring further. But then it's like when you get into the more salacious shit, it's like if somebody only knows that and sees that, if I try to come to them and say like, oh, you know, Kevin Samuels, automatically there's a defense that goes up. It's like, oh, you're one of those guys into that song. You know what I mean? And again, honestly, I never even really like listened to Kevin Samuels like that. Like I saw a couple things, but I wasn't really into his shit because again, I more so saw the salacious things. But when I did like further research, I did see like, especially like his earlier stuff, like there's a lot of good shit in there. Do you get what I mean? But when you start playing these internet games and like doing things for the, again, the shock value, it's like you dilute the shit. So again, even a guy like Charleston White, who I won't lie, bro, there were like a series of interviews he was doing. I was like, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. He kind of saying something, fam. Like there is a point to the shit this nigga saying, bro. But then he just started going further and further, like off the other end of the shit. Like, and it just kind of became like a clown show type thing, like.
Yeah, a little bit, and then sometimes it's just like, that's a bit far, my guy. If you're trying to prove a point, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say, fam.
And the point you're trying to prove isn't even worth doing all of that. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's not even worth doing all of that because it leaves a sour taste. Do you get what I mean? It's like, well, am I supposed to respect that you did that or you said that? Like, am I supposed to rate that, bro? Like, you know what I mean? It's just certain shit. It's a bit too off color. Do you get what I mean? It's again, people are complex and people are, you know, people can have good qualities and bad qualities, but it's unfortunate that people feel that they have to exhibit more of the negative qualities in order to go further. Do you get what I mean? Because again, like I said, I've listened to him in some interviews, fully coherent. He's not doing all the wild shit, and he be talking some real shit. You know what I mean?
Some sensible shit.
But it's like, unfortunately, they're not going to click on that. You know what I mean? They're not going to click on it. But what they are going to click on is him pulling a gun out on the interviewer, and you know what I mean? Like they're going to click on that shit. You know what I mean? It's just a bit. But he said it was cap though. Like he came out and he might have had to say that just in case there were any legal ramifications. I know how those things work. It's like I don't know if you've seen the thing with like Mano recently, but you know, like the YouTubers and them TikTokers that will like go up to somebody and like sort of troll, interview them and shit. The guy was doing it to Mano, innit? And Mano ended up like choking the guy out, like it sort of the video stops and like he chokes him out, sort of shit. But then Mano came out afterwards like, nah, it was just a skit in it, like it was a skit. But people online are like, my nigga, that was not a skit, bro. Like we watched the video, fam. Like you choked that nigga, like he was not expecting you to do that, bro. So it's like it might be a similar thing with Charleston White where his legal team have kind of said, dog, you need to clean that up, fam, because
you need to tell them something, fam.
If this gets a bit of traction, bro, like this could be an issue, fam. You need to just tell them it was jokes in it, like sort of shit. So who knows, man? Who knows? But yeah, it's one of those, man. Like when you go to the clown show, do you know what I mean? Like you can only expect to see some clown shit. And it's just unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate because, again, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to like rep for man or nothing like that, but I've listened to the dude talk and I've heard him say some really intelligible shit, some real like things that are worth thinking about, whether you agree or disagree, just things that are like food for thought type shit, like very empowering shit to some degree. Like there's a lot of shit that it says that's like, rah, like I hear that, bro. But then just this fucking tomfoolery, fam. Like it's just this buffoonery in it. Like it's just
the other part.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, it's like, bro. Even if I like want to like you, you make it like difficult. Like it's difficult to rep for the guy that does this. Do you know, man? It's difficult to be like, yeah, he's a dope guy because it's, you know what I mean. It's like,
you know what I mean. You making it harder for him. Chill out with the antics, man.
Yeah, legit, man, legit. But again, that's the fucked up thing about today, though, fam. It's like niggas do the antic shit because that's what people click on. Like that's what, like, again, I don't mean this in like a fucked up way, but even if you go back on just a stereotype and like some of the earlier episodes where me and our ex co-host like really started getting into the shit, those are some of the highest viewed ones, bro. You know what I mean? Like those are the ones that got the highest numbers on them, fam. Like those are some of the record-breaking ones. You know what I mean? And it's just like, unfortunately, people are drawn to that shit. You know what I mean? Like people are drawn to that type shit, so you can just, people get lost in the sauce, man. People get lost in the sauce. You get me?
No. It's easy.
Mr. Sins, we are literally on the cusp of like doing our 4-hour mark. I tell you what, man, every week I come onto the pod saying to myself, listen, if we don't get to 4 hours, man, it's cool. If we only get to like 2 or something, it's blessed. You know what I mean? We're not going to force it. We're not going to thing it. Every week I come thinking like that. And yet again, every week, bro, it's like, fucking hell, we fucking hit it again, bro. Like, we hit this shit again, bro. You know what I mean? So if there is anything else you want to go to,
no, that's
more than happy. But yeah, I think again the top 10 list that we've done, I think that's a nice way to close out the pod, man. Like, there's really that much to get to this week.
No.
Michael B. Jordan was spicy to some interviewer girl that interviewed him.
Good fun. Yeah.
Oh, do you think good?
Tried it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is interesting. We can get like 10 minutes out of this. All right. This is interesting. Go for it.
I mean, I don't know. I just, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not like all that attached to the whole thing, but it's like, if she like obviously had mistreated him in the past, you know what I'm saying? Just a quick cheeky little quick acknowledgement of like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what it is? in theory and in concept, I hear that. Like, I'm up now. You thought, you know what I mean? You thought I was going to call you like,
exactly.
But it was because I saw like some clips of it and shit. And he was basically like, she was interviewing whatever, like that whole red carpet shit. She's like, he was like, oh, you're the girl that called me corny, right? And she's like, oh, you know, it was a long time ago. We were in school, you know. He's like, oh, no, you called me corny. Like, it was like he seemed to care too much. Like that's the only thing that crazy. Was thing. Like, I don't mind if you want to sun the girl on some like thing, whatever. But it was just he just seemed too bothered by it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It just seemed like seemed too like he wouldn't let it go. Like you can tell when an interview was trying to like move past something, and he just like wouldn't let it go, type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna try and defend the thing, but that's crazy.
Because it's like, I understand that feeling. I could certainly understand the feeling of like, oh yeah, this person used to, but you like sun them, you know what I mean? Like,
corny, right?
Like literally, I just laugh at it. It's like, oh shit, do you remember you used to call me corny and that? Like, that's crazy, innit? I just laugh and then keep it pushing, you know what I mean? Like that, I would have, but he just seemed, and again, I didn't fucking sit down and do a full analysis of the shit. It's just like clips I've seen, but he just seemed too bothered by it. Like, this by the second and third time she tried to move on and he wouldn't go past it. It was like, Jesus, dog, like, fam, like, it's not the end of the world, bro. Like, bitches call niggas corny every day, bro. Like, I've been called corny. I'm sure you've been called, like, everyone's been called corny by some girl at some point, bro. Like, it's all right, fam. Like, let it go, bro. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Nah, I didn't know that he handled it like that, fam.
Yeah, it was just the handling was just a bit off, man. It's like, but again, he wasn't like being super aggressive. It's like he was trying to be cool, but he clearly like he just wouldn't let it go. Do you know what I mean? So it was a juxtaposition of the two. Yeah. So like he's trying to be cool, but he just keeps talking about it.
Nigga, you know what I mean?
And it's like,
you know what I'm saying, bro?
And it's like, bro, tell you the truth. The fact that you're doing
like
this,
shooting the movie.
You know what I mean?
What was the movie like? Shooting the movie. Well, you know, I call him nigga like myself.
Well, you know, corny niggas like me, like, and it's just like, dog, like, at a certain point, you have to admit that it's corny because you're doing this, bro. Like, that's corny shit to do. You know what I mean? That's corny, bro. Like, this interviewer girl clearly has not seen anywhere near the success that you've seen, bro. Like, you won already, bro.
Nah,
you get what I mean?
Cool,
like, you won already. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you Michael B. Jordan, like, the bitches love you. Like, you cool, bro. Because when you do shit like that, and you know girls are weird in it. Like, when you do shit like that, the girl that just starts to be like, rah, he kind of is corny. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
for real, fam.
Yeah, legit. Exactly. But nah, big up to him anyway. He's doing his thing. I might go see that film in cinema, you know. I might go see it. Yeah. I've heard it's not a great film, but I've heard that it's a good movie. And you know what I mean by that, innit?
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I've heard in terms of just a storyline, like, theatric, like, all of that shit, it's not phenomenal, but the visual experience of it is supposed to be quite good. Probably because this nigga's got his shirt off half the time. I don't know. Like, they say it's a good watch.
The visual experience, but
for somebody it would, I guess, right? For somebody it would.
I mean, I guess.
Man said, I guess. Man said, I guess. Played it safe, innit? You don't want to say fuck out of here. But, you know what I mean? He's like, I guess, innit? That's what you like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm trying to see the story, and I don't know, innit? Like,
that's, hey, man, that's what some people's into, fam. Hey.
And that's what they're into. Trust me. Trust me.
So.
Man. But now, peoples, this has been episode 92 of the OnlyMans podcast. Yeah? My guy Will is on mute right now for some reason, but that's fine. But listen, man, make sure, like I said, if you listen on the stereo...
I had called out with just like one sec. I went to the toilet real quick.
Sorry, I'm doing outros anyway, so it's calm, innit? Like,
yeah.
But now, if you listen on the stereo app, again, please hit the link at the top. Go to the YouTube page. You can see all the previous episodes on there. We upload those weekly. You know what I mean? Make sure you subscribe to the shit, like the videos up. And you know what I mean? For your listening pleasure, we ain't got none of those weird YouTube rules on there. You can hear all the beautiful swear words and all of that shit. It's all in there. You know what I mean? Authentic. Do you know what I mean? So go and check that. Again, if you're listening on YouTube, you're already on there, so make sure you hit subscribe on that shit. We see you lot watching the last episode. People really seem like we did a lot of sport talk last week, and people seem to like that shit. Yeah, we did a lot of sport talk. Yeah, so
my God,
but like
keeping up with the shit from.
Yeah, but I think it was the basketball though. It was the basketball because we talked about for like a minute. You know what I mean? Like not so much like the football shit. Like we talked about basketball for a minute. It was just a good convo. So something to keep in mind. You know what I mean? Something to keep in mind. But yeah, man, y'all know what it is already. We dare. I want to big up my guy, Secret Life of Will, for making the time, coming, bringing the jokes, bringing the wisdom, dropping the gems and that. Thank you, my brother. We appreciate you. You know what I mean?
I appreciate you as well, man.
You get me?
Appreciate the platform.
For real, fam. For real,
Back
fam.
in the arena playing Fortnite again. Do you know what I mean?
Playing full 90s, bro. And I'll tell you the truth, bro. I was gonna message you this in the week, innit? But I think I just forgot. But I'll tell you the truth, bro. Since you come back from injury, fam, you've been going, bro. You've been going, fam. You've been going, bro.
Yeah, like, it's the sperm coming off the bench, fam.
Yeah, very good episodes, fam. I want to tell you that. You know that. Very, very good episodes, fam. So please keep that shit pushing. Keep that shit pushing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Do it alone, fam. You know what I mean?
We there, man. We there. Oh, voice note.
So guys, can you put me in the picture? What is the topic?
Oh, my guy. Bless your heart. Yeah, we done a whole heap of topics, man. I was saying before, because we got about to finish in a second, broski. But hit the YouTube link at the top of the ship. We're gonna upload this onto the YouTube page. But you know what I mean? We talked about a lot of stuff, bro. It's been like 4 hours, you know what I mean? It's been a lot of shit. But yeah, subscribe, follow Will, follow myself, listen to the shit, because it's good shit. You'll like it, trust me. And if you don't, then you can just unsubscribe. It's fine. But but yeah, man.
Or you can just tell us in the comments. You know what I mean?
Or just tell us in the comments. Yeah, you can hit dislike and all that sort of shit. Do you get what I mean? Do that. Do that instead. You know what I mean? Do that instead.
Hey, that's great. It will be my pleasure.
My guy, appreciate you, bro.
My guy, let's go.
Yeah, man. Subscribe to that shit. Tell your peoples and friends to subscribe to it. Let us know, man. Go listen to some of the episodes. Let us know if you fuck with the shit, if there's shit you'd like to talk about and that. You know what I mean? We appreciate all of the feedback and the response and the love and thing. You know what I mean? But this has been episode 92 of the OnlyMans podcast. Do you want to give them your whole music again? Or any of the things you might have put into it? The suspense. Hey. Hey. This has been the OnlyMans podcast with Secret Life of Will and with Drizzy still. Yeah. Episode 92 of the OnlyMans podcast. I proper want to do like a corny like theme tune type thing, man. But I do want to clip the one from last week though, the one that guy dropped in the voice notes. We taking that shit, fam. Fuck that. This is death row, bitch. We taking that, like, yeah.
When it's a serious episode, we play that one, fam.
Yeah. When we gotta go in on some shit, we play that one in it. Yeah, we go right into the shit. Trust me. Oh man. All right, peoples, we're giving y'all enough, man. Until the next week, you know what I mean? We'll be back. But my brother, big love to you. Always appreciate talking to you, man. It's always dope. It's always great, man. You know what I mean?
Peace, love, and blessings, my bro. You know, it's always a pleasure, fam.
Always a pleasure, bro. Peace, love, and blessings, bro. Peace.
Yeah.